Hello everybody, welcome to Group B of WardiTV November. Hope everyone is feeling well. Doing good. We're kicking off the day with some PvP. This group is stacked. Not a single bad matchup in this group. Starting the day with PvP, it's Classic versus Trap, and I mean, like I say, the entire tournament is just absolutely stacked to the brim. So, gonna be a good one. Gonna be a fun one. Excited to get us in game and to get us going. I think we do have pretty much everyone here. Let me just double check. A couple of people aren't logging in or so on the caster side of things. No, it doesn't look like it. Because as though we're good. Alright, so welcome to WardiTV November, everyone. It's ready. Alright, let's do this. Let's jump into some PvP. Let's get the day started. Thank you for joining us bright and early, ready to watch some games. Like I say, we've got a great group with Classic and Trap in the Protoss representatives. They're going to start us off in the PvP. We have Byun and Oliveira. They're already off and away in some TVT. And we have Solar stepping in as the Zerg to move our way through this group. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a very good time of it. It is a stacked group. It is a little bit of a stacked group. All Korean / obviously Oliveira's Chinese. It is just stacked. So stacked group today. Feel as though we're going to have a good time as we get ourselves in game. Subsolar, my man, tier 2 resub on the 44 months. Thank you so much. As always, thanks so much for bringing all the content. As always, thanks so much for supporting it as we get into the bottom left corner of the map for our very first matchup of the day. WardiTV November Group B. Let's make it a big one, guys. Let's make it a good one. I'm feeling it today. We have some great matchups. We have some great players. I feel like today is going to be a pretty special day in terms of just enjoying some great games of StarCraft 2. We are on the PTR as well, as we have in the bottom left, the blue Protoss player. This is Classic. He takes on the red Protoss. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have Trap. As we kick off into our first best of 3 of the day. PvP, where the map has a ramp on the natural. Gateway goes down to set up a potential wall-off. And the probes will scout through the middle of the map against each other. As we take the first few moments in a very standard manner. Probe here actually nibbles up some minerals to create a passageway to the bottom half of the map. So that's already a little intriguing. As our probe gets all the way over to the left-hand side. Who do I think wins? I actually have no idea. Maybe Trap? I think Classic and Trap are two very evenly placed opponents in this current meta of StarCraft 2. We see Trap a bit more frequently, but Classic, when we do see him, is very good. Yeah, I mean, honestly, very difficult to pick between these two. I think, especially in a PvP, I'd say maybe a little coin flippy still. I mean, honestly, just to the point of, like, yeah, just kind of to the point of, like, it's a matchup that I think has changed obviously a lot as well, and PvP can always be quite volatile. Two players that are very good against each other. I think this one really could go any which way. Trap opts for the double gateway, while Classic will opt for the single gateway, so already a little bit of a difference here. That means that Classic is 100% going to drop down the faster expansion. But the Trap will have a little bit more pressure, and could maybe just not expand and turn this into like a 3 or 4 gate pressure as well. As we will see the pylon block going down, so that might force a Stargate here initially from Classic. That is pretty much a guarantee. It is interesting, so I was talking to Austin when we were casting the other day. He mentioned a lot about how this 1 gate expand is so much worse nowadays because the Stargate opening is kind of what you have to do to be safe. You have to get a Void Ray, but the Void Ray is so much worse because the Void Ray really relies on battery overcharge to keep it alive. And while energy overcharge does a lot of things to really help out and to really protect the matchup, it's not the same as battery overcharge in terms of how it interacts with a Void Ray. And so when you're reliant on that Void Ray defense, you can just be so much weaker in these scenarios, and Trap already puts down a pylon across the map. And I think he might be trying to punish this. This is a map where, obviously, again, you have the ramp on the natural, so you've got to attack up a ramp to get into position. But, I mean, that should help Classic, so it might make it so that this is okay anyway. But, clearly Trap feels as though he can break through this no matter what. Gateway number 3, proxied. This probe getting up is going to see the full wall off. We'll see no Nexus in place, and so Classic is going to connect the dots together here. He's already got 2 Stalkers on his front door. This is actually a very awkward moment. His warp gate is not close to being done. He will start another Stalker right now, but we're ways off of actually seeing this develop into something useful, as the Oracle will pop. Again, I mean, Oracle can get some energy back eventually with the energy overcharge. Oh no, we lose the Oracle and the Stalker gets away. That's a horrible start for Classic, as the Adept is going to be able to get the Stalker at least and keeps itself alive, but losing the Oracle, just something that could have been so useful throughout an extended period of time here that now is not going to get much love at all. The Stalker's poking away. The Stalker of Classic holds its position. That battery doing a good job to heal up as best it can. The Void Ray of Classic is about to pop out and will go chasing down the Stalkers into the center. Stalker's going to get underneath. Stalkers will kill the Void. Okay, this game is done. I mean, you just cannot defend this with the damage you've already taken here. Now we're going to start going after the pylon. We turn back around for the Adept. I mean, you tell me what you're meant to do in this situation. Is a warping in Stalker will get targeted down. Pop Guardian Shield up as well. The battery energy is gone. And with another warp in the Stalkers, you will easily take on this Void Ray when it spawns. This one has just gone all wrong here for Classic. It's all about Trap. As he takes game 1. He had a Robo coming up. Wasn't even necessary, as Trap gets a very convincing first game. It is rough. 1 gate expand with this without a battery overcharge. It is a little bit tough. It is a little bit difficult. We got ourselves ready for game number 2. Alright, so take a couple of moments. Just get the lobby link up and running here. We've got quite a lot of casters in the lobbies today, guys, so it may take a moment or two to get everybody in game. 1, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks good. Go, 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 go. Trap Classic. I think we're going to be good to jump into this game number 2. So let's get into this PvP. Yeah, like I say, I think Harston brought up a great point, and that's why I mentioned it, because I do feel like this 1 gate into Stargate, it's just not as good as it used to be. And Harston was talking about, he's talking about is that in terms of like max packs just can't, you know, he's talking about max packs and how like it shouldn't be possible for him to be able to kind of do what he does because it relies so much on the Void Ray defense. And this is kind of that same scenario. Now, I do think this was one of the worst defenses from Classic that he could have brought out, because obviously he mismicroed the Oracle. He lost that early. He lost the Void Ray very easily as well initially. So I'm not going to say that this was unholdable, and I do think with the ramp it makes it more holdable. But you can't mess up the defense like that, right? You got to have something that's going your way and something is going correctly, otherwise it's going to be an absolute disaster. Trap in the top right is going to be our red Protoss player for game number 2. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is going to be Classic as we get this set up and ready to rumble. Game 2 of our best of 3 gets underway right now. Yeah, so that's the cyber core coming up. Gateways are coming through. Probe is going to continue to nibble for a little bit here. Take a couple moments of settling down. Settling down, seeing where we're going to. All of that goodness as we... And just take a moment. A couple of stalkers coming up. There's going to be 2 gates each this time around, so already going to see a very different approach in that regard. Probes chasing probes. We got a couple of stalkers coming out as well. Yo, Toad Bear, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Sorry guys, we had an imposter trying to sneak into one of the other lobbies. We don't fall for that though, as you guys all sit up here and we see where we're gonna go. We knocked down the pylon that was placed, and Trap is just gonna scout around with his first couple of units. It's a Nexus on the way from Classic, but Trap throws down the Robo facility, so looking as though he might bring the aggression for a second game in a row here. It might be. Trap just continuing to be the aggressor across the course of this matchup. So Classic sets up a few stalkers. I'm going to step in. Twilight Council, Nexus coming up. The Robo facility finishing on the side of Trap. And we just see our hallucination continue to move around for the moment as well. Well, Prism coming up. Trap is expanding, so in the end he will have the, as he loses a Stalker, he will have the ability to micro with the Prism and so, but yeah, he will expand, he will look to make use of that. And that will be his setup here over the next few moments. Hallucination doing a good job of scouting as well. A few Stalkers head around to the right-hand side. And again, the Prism loads up a couple of sentries. They will move out into the middle of the map also. So a couple sentries out to the center of the map currently. And as again, we get our blink on the way. A couple of additional probes are popping out. We get all of that ready. See where we'll be going. Just a few sentries warp in, an additional Stalker as well. A lot of units, a lot of force fields go down. Battery not ready yet from Classic. Is that going to be the bane of him here? Again, the Prism to Micro is going to help. 4 more Stalkers come from the high ground. Good last force field actually saves that sentry, gives it a chance to get in the Prism. We still chase. I mean, Stalker count is good for Classic to chase. It was scary, but he just had units in the main base, so he was positioned for a defense that could have, you know, maybe been needed anywhere. Not a bad call in the end. It's actually a pretty responsible way to be set up. And he survived through the initial round of force fields and everything. Now, an Immortal going to be there. If there was still force fields, this could have been bad. If you get a couple of your Stalkers force fielded in, that could have been a little bit disastrous. So, got to be careful about those moments. As the Stalkers, Sentries, and the Immortal come back around to the top. Classic. Soon to have Blink will have that advantage on his side, so we'll have that mobility. Definitely something he will most likely look to utilize here. Classic ain't messing around when it comes to those things. Typically gets down to business once Blink is done, I'd imagine, and start trading out. Like right now, Blink available, and start to poke around a lot more. Try to get a whole lot more done as well in general. Take a few moments and again settle ourselves into this. Figure out what our plan is going to become as the Prism heads down the right hand side, so that's going to be moving away for the moment. That moves away. Everything else continues to move around in the center of the map. Is going to be that group of Stalkers still on a bit of a movement, and they are going to find a couple of Immortals in the center. Move forward there, gonna pop a couple of the barriers, which is actually quite nice. Does it on both the real Immortals too. The Hallucinate Immortal did not take a hit on that one. Prism into the main base is going to be intercepted immediately by 2 Stalkers, so yeah, I mean, you will get the Adepts in, but the Prism will be hurt, and it means that those Adepts will not stick around forever. There's going to be a defense, and then you're good. Trap setting up for this timing window. He's getting Glaives. It'll help a lot against Zealot reinforcements or Classic, and if Classic goes heavy on the Zealots right now to kind of deal with the Immortals, the Glaive Adepts are going to sweep them up very, very quickly and very easily. So, Trap looking for kind of this attacking timing window. I mean, he's going to start a third base now, which is much later than Classic. Classic doesn't really have a worker lead, lost a few probes just then, but is not building anymore, which I think is a good sign because it means he is prepping to play defense. And I think that's what he's, is the correct thing to do at the moment. I mean, Trap has not come across the map, in which case he probably can now get away with probes again. He's moving though. And Classic sees it, so that round of probes may be the last for a moment. Let's see what Classic does next. Again, cutting probes and just building purely units from this point probably makes sense because, well, it's kind of weird because like the army of Trap is good with the Immortals, but it's also the army of, if you knock out the Immortals, if you trade armies, your army as Classic is better on the rebuild because you're going to rebuild in the gateway units that have all the upgrades. Glaives does not go well later into this game. That is going to be an issue. Classic actually a little bit supply blocked right now as a couple of force fields drop in. Again, difficult to pick and choose your fights right in these moments. The Adept's still coming around the left. The Stalker's still taking damage. We'll be seeing the rest of these units coming up. A couple more Stalkers blinking around. Gonna charge back in on the left-hand side. A couple more of those sentries go down. We keep on pushing forward here. There's going to be a blink onto the prison. It's a complete shutdown from Classic. Absolutely astounding fight from him. He dealt with this very well. Did not engage into the Adepts immediately. And just going to let this play out. As we try to play the recall game, we will knock down 2 of the 3 Immortals. A couple of Adepts left behind. A couple of them get to a mineral line, which is neat as well. But, I mean, we can start to pick those off too. As we blink it down, play cleanup. At 64, 62 to 88 supply at the moment as Trap has not been successful with these Glaive Adepts, and we are going to go back to the drawing board here for game 3, it would seem. We're going to get tied up 1-1. I think it's a very fitting scoreline for this series. Like I said, coming in, these are 2 very evenly matched players. PvP is a matchup where I do not think it's easy to really pick a favorite in PvP. And yeah, we're definitely seeing scoreline, like I say, representing that as long as Classic follows through and successfully cleans up, which he just shut down some of the Adept harass. He's got his own Prism out now as well. He's got a lot more units than his opponent. I'm pretty sure Classic can just fully send this across the map and be extremely comfortable in this game number 2. Adepts and the Immortals up on the high ground. Force fields get placed. Make our way right along to the right-hand side. He is going to take a turn into this. Prism took some shots. We're actually going to blink forward and get rid of the Prism. Wasn't an Immortal still inside of that as well? There might have been. Any which way, I think this one is looking as though it is done. Classic clearly has way too much. There's a couple of Adepts across the map trying to do what they can. An energy overcharge on the battery is going to be very much so lacking influence. We're only really a blink away from jumping on top of another Immortal or so, and this game really is going to slip down. I mean, you can see how well the Adepts are doing, though, to be fair. They're doing very good at cleaning up the Zealots, and that is kind of the whole point of these Adepts, and that's why this attack could have worked initially. Classic has lost probes. Like I say, the Adepts across the map are doing some work, but it's just not consequential compared to this attack of Classic, which is going to be game-ending. Classic ties it up 1-1 in this best of 3. So we are going to go the distance in our very first best of 3 of the day. We're going to see all 3 of the games, which is very good for us. Very happy to see a third map. Just need Classic to pick between Amygdala and Whispers. Okay, a couple of moments we'll get this back and going. Don't think Adepts with the play. I think he just waited too long. I mean, I even said, like, he was obviously unsure. He started the third base, and then he did finally come across the map. I don't think, yeah, I don't think that was the way to... I mean, if he just went initially, but I think Classic had somewhat figured out what was going on, and so Trap was unsure whether he should commit to it or not. The Adepts are meant to be a timing. If they hit when there's a low number of Zealots, the Immortals can take care of the Stalkers. That can be a very scary attack to play against, but that was just not the case right here. It was not timed out well enough at all. As we get our players into this lobby, and we are good to go into game number 3. Is it Classic or Zaun? It's Classic. I would say if it was Zaun, I would not be calling him Classic during the games if it was Zaun as well. It is Classic. Okay, I guess in game in 1 sec. On the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player here is Trap. In the top right, our blue Protoss, we have Classic. Is Byun vs OLIVEIRA already live as well? Yep, as always, we play 2 matches at the same time, but you will not see Byun OLIVEIRA on stream until we are done with all of the live matches, and we'll go back and do the replays. We do the same thing every day. Here on WardiTV. Well, not every day, but a lot of the days we do the same thing. It's a format that works very well. It means we get 10 best of 3s of StarCraft 2, which is obviously very nice. Players only have to be here for 5 best of 3s. As that probe moves up into the main base, just have some nibbles going on for the moment. In the early stages. 2 gates each, once again. Not going to go back to that 1 gate opener. Yeah, amygdala for the final map. Don't really have any comments on this in terms of PvP. I think the fact there's obviously no ramp into the natural is going to make it an easy attack in if it gets to that kind of a point. From moving about, centering the stalk coming through. Just going to be seeing the pylon block for a couple of moments there. As we have the Nexus on the way through from Classic, and there is Trap's Nexus coming down also, so seeing a pretty kind of expected game for the moment. Obviously just kind of take an expansion. There's the tech choice from Classic, going to go into that blink just as he did last time. Pilot cancel from Trap too, so he's going to go blink versus blink. So going to see a different way of this PvP playing out once again. This nation moves over. Obviously, it's going to be a big part of trying to keep on scouting. Sentry energy allows you to scout pretty much consistently once you have that sentry up in this day and age, so continued scouting is a big deal. And we are going to see that Twilight Council spotted a trap. He'll drop a Chrono Boost onto it straight away. He's a little bit behind on the blink. We'll see if he can play catch up with the yeah, we'll see if he can play catch up with the blink and the Chrono Boosts, or if Classic misses a Chrono Boost or so. Otherwise, Classic will have a slight edge on that blink time. I'm not sure if that's necessarily going to lead us into any opportunity or anything that happens. Just one thing to keep an eye on. Couple probes coming up on both sides, and we actually see the Stalkers winning the fight there. As Trap gets a cleanup on the Watchtower, we will see the hallucination popping. It's going to go across the map once more. Again, the continued scouting. I mean, Trap sees the Forge, so he's immediately aware, like, okay, I'm down later on my attack upgrade. Does he want to add an extra gateway or two and really send the Stalker pressure before the +1 kicks in? Or does he just play a later upgrade himself and just try and kind of stay with his opponent in this game, just doing things a little bit later than his opponent? Right now, Trap is doing neither or. I mean, he's moving onto the map a lot with this Stalker Sentry Force, but I'm not convinced that that's necessarily going to be... Well, I mean, he's cutting probes as well. I think he's going to send it. He does have double the Stalkers right now, so... Yeah, looks as though he's going to send it. There's a proxy gateway as well. Trap is going to commit here with this Stalker Sentry army. This nation flies into the front. Stalker Sentry will be there. Again, Blink is going to finish up in a few moments. +1 attack is halfway done from Classic. I mean, unlikely that really comes into play. We are going to see Trap taking the third base. I wonder how much of a real third base that is. Like I say, you can see Classic continue to build into the Robo. Extra gateways now as well, but his own third, I mean, I'm concerned that this is not good. He actually just blinked down over there. That's not a good position at all. He's going to lose a bunch of Stalkers. I don't know what he saw there. He must have seen something where it's like, oh yeah, I think I can jump on this. Obviously, that's not the case. And now I wonder if he realizes what's up. I don't think he should be looking to defend the third base location at all. I think he's going to be in a lot of trouble in a few moments. Classic is half the army supply. +1 is not done. The Robo facility not done. Hallucinate some Stalkers. I do not hate that choice, just to try and even up the numbers a little bit. It's working. The first Stalker that's hallucinated actually goes down. The sentries with Guardian Shields pop. We're going to drop some force fields as well. Probes will pull into this as Classic realizes he needs to hang on in there, but this is where the nexus behind this from Trap is going to be amazing. Yeah, I think Trap has just done this well enough, though. For all the hallucination scouting, Classic never really figured out what was missing for Trap. And that Trap was committing to this. An energy overcharge to keep the battery going. Is that going to make a difference here? I mean, as the Stalkers get low, you will see some of them falling for Trap. But he's up 30 supply. 20 workers already went down for Classic as well. And that is GG. Trap takes the 2-1 victory and is going to be the victor of the very first series today. As we will be seeing some more Classic up next, as we're going to go straight into Classic versus Solar. Let me just go find Solar. Alright, so we'll get Solar here and get into this ZVP. And then we'll actually be following all of Solar's matches kind of back-to-back, just the way the scheduling works today, guys. We're going to go Solar versus Classic, Solar versus Byun, Solar Trap, Solar Oliveira. Mix those matchups up a little bit, and then we're going to end the day with a lot of TVP. Yeah, maybe it wasn't the best scheduling, but that's okay. It happens. It happens. I mean, honestly, kind of interested to see where Solar gets to score-wise. I think he's a very strong competitor in this group. Honestly, like, every match in this group to me is super entertaining and really could go any which way, so I think there's a lot of fun stuff to look at there. Alright, let me try and find Solar, guys. He is not currently online, so I'll try and figure that out. Hopefully he's not going to take too long. Send him a message. We'll give him a couple minutes. Hopefully we can get going into this ZVP. Otherwise we're going to have a real switch of schedules. Yeah, we'll send him a message. Solo's a pretty reliable guy. He's usually around. He's coming. Perfect. It's good to see. Good to see. Big fan of that. Alright, Solar's here. Perfect. We'll get this underway. Barely any Zerg games lately. Keen for more solo games. Yeah, me too. I was kind of sad both Dark and Rogue couldn't make it to that tournament. It's pretty disappointed actually because I really wish we would have been able to just have an extra, top tier Zerg kind of mixed into the in the mix. Really cheering for Solo today. I really want Solo to make playoffs. Hoping Shin and Lambo can show up in Group C and D as well. It would be nice to see some playoff appearances from the Zergs. Be very sad if it was all Protoss Terran. So yeah, first video's coming in. Just waiting for Classic to get underway. For some reason my voice sounds weird in my head. It's almost like it's picking up my voice too much or something. Not sure what's going on there. Alright, just waiting for Classic to give us his veto and we will resume. Do 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 do. Alright, Amygdala and Leylines are going to end up vetoed. We're going to play Whispers of Gold for map number 1. Get that underway and get this hosted up, guys. Get right into our second series of the day. Thank you for sticking with us while we're just finding players and everything. Take a couple of moments and all of that. Guys, are enjoying the stream today? Do consider. You guys ready for the first start of the day? It's always a good moment. If you guys are enjoying the stream today, do consider supporting the channels by first of all, if you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Saying it a lot lately, but it really does help us out. Keep those likes coming on the videos each and every day. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you don't already subscribe. There's still a crazy amount of people not subscribed that actually watch somewhat daily, it seems, on the YouTube stream. So click that sub button, helps a whole bunch. As Classic and Solo are both here. Also on the Twitch you can follow as well. Check to see if you've got a Prime sub available, also a very useful thing to get this going. Alright, counting down. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Solar. In the bottom right, red Protoss player is Classic. How will he look in the PvZ? I'm very interested to find out. Because this group really can just have such a wide variety of results as well. I think every single match is going to be important in this group. It would not surprise me if we went all the way down to some kind of really niche tiebreakers. I think this group really is. Every single series going to matter a lot. So we'll see what the PvZ gives us. It'll give us our first look at Solar. A chance for Classic to bounce back. If Classic loses this, he would probably have to win against Oliveira and Byun, really show it in the PvT to be able to kind of have a chance of advancing in the group. So see what happens. Just gonna move around, drone chasing the rope. Drone chasing the probe. Sniper core coming through. Nexus is on the way up. Assimilator building as well. That's our hatch in our pool. Just coming online. You can get the Nexus and the Cyber core coming up. Probe coming about as well. Excuse me just one moment, guys, while I sort something on the other screen quickly. It'll just be a moment. Perfect. Alright, so yeah, we'll probably be moving around as we take a few moments to see where we're going to go to. Link speed queens and a couple of drones coming up as well, so we get all of that up and rolling here. As you have that Stargate continuing to produce also, so we get that Stargate underway. And now Lings will just chase that probe out down to the bottom. It's actually going to get the kill, so Solar will hunt down for the kill there. The Stargate coming through. Stargate and Oracle count has definitely been one of the topics up for debate in this world of ZVP on the patch. Do you play one Oracle into fast tech? Do you still play triple Oracle because, you know, you don't have battery overcharge against Ling and run buys? Do you just play 2 Oracles because that's good enough and you have the energy overcharge to help you have the numbers? Obviously, stasis wards have been a massive factor in this matchup as well as of late, so that's also been a pretty big deal. A lot of reasons why you've been discussing Oracle count lately. Do you see the couple of Adepts will join up, coming around that left-hand side. We got Classic losing out to Trap in that first match of the day. Definitely one for him to try and bounce back from. Solar here in his first match of the day, about to play 4 in a row. I know Solar likes that. Some people are like, oh man, Wardy, that's so unfair. Solar has to play 4 in a row. I don't think Solar cares about that at all. He's the kind of guy that just wants to go, go, go. He's never going to want to stop as the Adept comes through. A couple of drones will continue to take some hits. Will activate. Just going to see a couple of drones going down. And the Oracle comes back out to the bottom right. So yeah, a couple of drones drop off. It's going to be seeing our little bits of damage dealt. As that overlords, our queens come through, gateways and a Twilight Council building. The few Lings just going to be chilling. The Oracle overhead will have the possibility of activating for a bunch of those Lings, so see what we want to do is the Lings go one way, they turn back the other. Again, the gates and these simulators coming online. Resonating Glaives starts up on the side of Classics. That's definitely one way to go about this. 2 Oracles into the Glaives. Not quite as fast and as aggressive as the 1 Oracle into Glaives, but still going to give you that option of kind of getting there quickly, and 2 Oracles still very good at being able to apply pressure. Look at this, able to keep activated for a long time. And chase those Lings down in a big way, so nicely done. Roach-Run and the Lings still producing. Get another couple of Lings around that right-hand side. A couple Oracles still gathering up to the top, and we'll have the Queens just going to get there immediately to push the Oracles back once again. Still got the other couple of Lings going to move by. That Resonating Glaives coming through, the Lair coming up, the Overlords are building. And again, just a drone continue to produce as well. We do have the Queen going to be there to hit the Oracles back the other direction. So Oracles are going to get chased out. The Lings are going to run through. The couple of Adepts are going to be there immediately to turn those Zerglings around again. It's going to keep pushing those out and away as the Adepts will go for a little bit of a shade. And Resonating Glaives not far from finishing. The Observer is on the way up also. The Adepts here from Classic to the top side will be moving into the third base in the next few moments, it would seem. Queen's coming over. The Ling's going to be there. The Adepts are going to start going through the front, it would seem, or at least that seemed as though it might have been the idea. The Queen's and the Roaches gathering in. Adepts still trying to threaten. As that Forge continues up and into place, we get the Forge going, the Immortal and a couple of Adepts still coming through, additional Roaches coming out. Stasis wards are going to go down. That is going to be those Oracles just about surviving. I can't believe we're going to put another Stasis ward there. That surely cannot. Is that... I've never seen Stasis wards kind of stacked like that. Surely that's not a thing. That is the most Stasis warded Zergling of all time. As 3 Stasis wards go off on a single Ling. Yeah, that was not really it. As Classic here is struggling to really find anything that he needs to kind of make this kind of realistically good. He only gets 1 drone. These Adepts now fighting Roaches is not exactly going to end well either. And on the right-hand side, we do finally find some damage as well, but man, This was honestly disaster level for Classic. I mean, back at home, Immortal +1, Templar Archives, Gates coming through. Solar is only on 63 workers, so as he finally killed a few, we have kept Solar from drawing, and he's not mining off the third bases at this point in time as well, so I guess part of the good defense is that Solar has played incredibly safe during that, and so maybe that is just good enough for Classic to get away with now moving into the next stage of the game. But, yeah, I can't quite get over the triple stasis ward. We've seen a couple of Gates and Temple Archives coming up. And +1 attack and charge coming up. Roaches, Ravages continue through. I'm going to see another couple of units just warping in as we go down to the bottom side, get toward the 4th base. +1 missiles coming through here from Solar as well. We do see a couple of High Templars and a Zealot. Going to get walked in alongside that as the 2 High Templars morph into an Archon. Couple of extra Ravages coming by. Now +1 missiles. It's coming up. Additional Clear Tumors coming through. Those slings will continue to nibble away at the rocks. As they step up, Archon, Sentries, and more is going to push through. Good piles. And actually get rid of one of the Archons. But good Force Fields gets 2 Ravagers. Had to Force Field one more time there. This is a big army. About to have charge. And Classic will have a lot of bulk in this army, especially as I don't know if you necessarily really want to push forward though. I mean, it is difficult to kind of take a fight with the Zealots against the Roaches all the time. Again, use a couple of Force Fields here, but I do think we could just do it kind of backing away and letting the Sentries kind of just regain some energy, get some new Force Fields again. Continue to take very effective fights if you have additional Force Fields, because you can continue to cut this Roach army in half. Right now, this down and ram concave for Classic is looking beautiful. And Solar is still only on 71 drones. Very typical kind of Solar game where he stays on a lower drone count. It's not like super low, but it's not the 80 to 85 workers you might expect for a longer game. And Solar at this point looks as though he is just going to keep on sending it, in which case it has been absolutely the right call from Classic to just hang back and let this game develop through. It's a couple of battles, but not too many. That's fine. You know, that's not the end of the world. We do see a Bane Nest coming up, and I love that we've got the Prism across the map. It's going to be a major issue for Solar. He pulls his entire army back to deal with it, and that is breathing room. That is time bought for you to prep up into another set of tech, or just even just additional units, right? Get fully maxed out. Time is your best friend here as Classic. That 10 supply of the Prism and Zealot moving around and bringing Solar's army back is huge for him. Good pile on the Stasis Ward. We do lose the Overseer that initially helped to, visualize where that Stasis Ward was at. As Classic chases, it's kind of weird because there's no Stalkers. He doesn't really have the best chasing army. If this was like a Blink Stalker play, then maybe you could actually chase with the Stalkers a little bit more easily and actually get a few more Roaches. Chasing with Zealots is so scary because they kind of charge up ahead of everything else, and then once they've charged in, there's no escape for them, so, compared to Stalkers, which have the range anyways, and they can always blink back once it's off cooldown again. Roach Ravage continues to set up. The Banelings are going to start morphing. So you've seen that Banes continue to wander up. We are going to see the Immortals there doing a bit of the tanking as well. Their barriers are going to pop. Lose an Archon to the Biles. I still feel like Solar needs to do more. Classic starting to get the Storms. Resources lost in his favor. Comfortable worker lead for Classic throughout this as well. And just reinforcements of Solar being held back by a little bit of Zealot harassment. Some Zealots on the upper right now as well. Again, that main army of Solar has to pull back against that. I'm actually going to turn that as an opportunity to run in. Classic moving forward a little bit, letting the Archons absorb some of those Banelings initially as well. The Archon goes down. It's a flurry of vials. Classic loses quite a lot of supply there. I mean, lost all those Archons. Was it worth it? I mean, it can be frustrating to just keep sitting back, but I wouldn't have hated him protecting the Archons, and then he's adding High Temple on to have Storms available. I think he would have been in a pretty okay position if that was the approach he took. Yeah, guys, this is new PTR. Basically, yes, if it's the new maps, it's the new patch. The new maps aren't actually uploaded properly on the live servers, so it's actually not easy to play. the live server version of the game on the new maps. So yeah, new maps, there's pretty much new patch most of the time. You can just assume that. And yes, this is actually Classic, it's not Zaun. I would have Zaun written on the screen, and we wouldn't have wrote Classic in the title if it wasn't Classic as well. These are going to take some shots. High Tempos will come in for another Storm. Rabbit's going to get pushed the other way. Another couple of Storms coming through. I mean, that is just such an aid in defending, and especially as the Baneling count starts getting a bit higher. You know, having Storms against the Banelings is huge. We lose a High Templar to Baz. Tell you what, some of the throws of Baz have been very good. Can we do anything with these incoming Banes? We're only going to have one Storm. That's a little bit concerning. Oh my goodness. Did they all just insta-implode? What happened to those Banelings? I mean, he stormed, but that almost looked like a manual detonation, or they all just crashed into one Immortal. They just died so fast. When was that, about 12:55? I want to go back and just have a peek at that, because I think that was actually a very interesting moment. Let's just go back to like 12:50 and have a little peek at those Banes morphing, because I'm really interested in what just happened with those. So it's these Banes here. There's quite a lot of them. They morph. Storm. No, they just blow up on. They just blow up on the stuff that's nearby. There's a couple of Zealots to the right. I was just like, I just saw this one Archon. It looked like that one Archon absorbed all of them. There's a couple of Zealots to the right side as well. And there's still a couple that survived through it too. As we'll get ourselves ready for game number 2. This Classic takes the 1-0 lead, you know. You open up the day. You have, you know, a lost to Trap, and then you come back in, you take the first map of Solo. Definitely shows you what kind of group this is going to be, where I think it's going to be a lot of back and forth matches, a lot of back and forth games. Waiting for a map pick, actually. Amygdala, Ley Lines, Whispers, Ultra Love, Snow. Alright. Snowpiercer are going to be map number 2. Sola never really being able to move in with the army, never really being able to get enough done with it. I think in the end, going back to the Adept attack, I think the Adepts actually did okay. The Classic. Like, looking back, I think he really did suspend the economy of Sola a decent amount, and then Sola never really got more economy from that point on anyway. Fun game. Alright, game number 2 coming up. I think Classic did a great job as well of holding certain positions, like when he just sat down the ramp and was just like, okay, attack me then. And Solo's like, okay! Oh, actually, no, that's kind of nasty, because he was just attacking into that concave of Immortals. I think the only move I didn't really love from Classic was that one time he kind of fought forward and lost the Archons just as he was getting to Storm. It felt like an unnecessary moment to go chasing, but even then, you can't really criticize. It went fine, you know? It was kind of just fine, so... Bottom left-hand corner, it is going to be our Blue Protoss player. This is Classic. He is up a game in this best-of-3 series. Taking on the Red Zerg in the top right. It is Sola, one of our Zerg hopes of this tournament. Sola! I don't want Solar to just dominate the group and make it boring, but I would really like to see Solar in the playoffs for a little bit of Zerg representation there. That would be lovely. All the other Zergs didn't want to play. I mean, Shin's playing. Rex and Lambo are playing, but yeah, it would be nice to see like all of those guys make playoffs to kind of get the racial balance. That's obviously not going to happen. It's just so tough to get Zergs to play, man. Getting Zergs to play is so difficult. Ay, ay, ay. Take a moment here as we have our probe showing up. You can see what's going on. Drop down a cybercore on the front, we get that going. Oh, Zerg is what you're hearing. I feel like we've been through that stage of StarCraft 2's lifespan already. You just don't have many. It's so weird because actually, like, you go back like a handful of years. You go back to like 2016, 2017, 2018. We cast and go for SC2s back then on a Sunday. Go for SC2 was like the kind of like the ESL Open Cup of back then, and I think there was like one on a Sunday and one on like a Thursday or something, which had less prize money, and then there was a monthly finals. It was absolutely dominated by Zergs. And that was actually true of just a lot of online competition. The Zergs were just dominant. They were everywhere, and there was so many of them. And the Zergs that played just, you know, were so good. Like Nurture was an absolute online tournament machine. Snoot played in a lot of those tournaments, and he was an absolute machine. You know, and then you had a lot of the up-and-comers that played with Zergs as well. It was like super common to see ZVZ finals and everything. And what a flip. You know, what a switch that happened as we just slowly lost Zergs, and none of the new guys were kind of really Zergs. Crazy. Crazy. As our Ling speed comes through, a couple Queens, drones, and Lings all producing, we get set up and rolling. Queen will drop a little inject down. As we take a few moments to figure out where we are going and what we are doing. Well, the depth will show up and they will run straight in to try and get something done. A couple of drones going down immediately. Oh yeah, Bly as well. Yep. Bly is another name that was just constantly there, played in everything as well. Guru was quite a character. He actually played in like everything too for a long time. That's crazy where all the Zergs went. Europe especially was just such a Zerg-dominated region. After all the council is halfway done, 2 more gateways in the Nexus building on the side of Classic. The Lings are going to get that to wrap around the pylon. That will go down. Now the Nexus is going to be targeted. Wondering if we can kind of get that to wrap around on the Adepts. The Oracle going to be there too. Resonating Glaives is starting. 2 more probes coming out currently from Classic as well. So you get 2 more probes on the way, 5 additional drones and a Queen. Creep tumors are producing through. The extractors are on the way out. And the Zerglings of Solar begin to head down to the bottom left side of the map. Queen's just going to be there to push the Oracle away. That's something you got to be careful of. Haven't watched StarCraft since 2012. Randomly dropped in because you're slow surfing Wikipedia for today's matches. How live is the eSports scene these days, and what's the highest prize pool? We actually just had the highest prize pool of StarCraft 2 of all time of $1 million. eSports World Cup. We're in a little bit of a weird space right now where we're kind of waiting to find out what the plans for StarCraft 2 this year are. There's nothing really guaranteed, although there's a lot of speculation that we are just going to have another eSports World Cup, and there'll likely be a circuit attached to it, so... So kind of a mixed answer, where... You know, it's pretty active. We have tournaments every day at a smaller level. Typically, we get a few big tournaments a year still. And like I say, the eSports World Cup was the highest prize pool StarCraft 2 had ever seen. So, yeah, I mean, presuming the eSports World Cup picks up StarCraft 2 again, we'll probably have a pretty competitive scene. It's just we're in an off-season that's never been as long as this before, as they figure out the details on that, is what we are currently assuming. So, yeah. Ling's gonna try and run up, and the Adepts are gonna be there to pick away at those Zerglings. Those Lings will go down, and Roaches are gonna get there as well. A couple of those Adepts will continue to drop. This is a pretty good attack in, honestly, from Classic. I mean, a few drones. Once again, you're stopping Solar from droning, and Solar just goes Ling, Roach speed on the way. This feels a little bit more aggressive from Solar than last time, and if you can deal with these Adepts a little bit more quickly too, and actually get back to the point of actually counter-attacking more quickly here than he did in the last game, this could be a more deadly attack. Drop the Lord starts as well, so we're going to be able to take the Queens across the map in a Drop a Lord. And the charge and the +1 attack coming through. The Immortal is on the way up. Additional gateways are producing through the Roach Ling. gathering on that right-hand side. And there's a drop lord. It can take the queens, and we will move for the counter-attack. So Classic commits to the glaives. It's a very typical response to glaives. You just mass units, clean up the adepts, and you just go, because the Protoss gave up a lot of units to kind of hit your economy. But you can just go off that low economy with one big surge and hopefully get the job done, as the two queens are ready to unload, maybe? Force field's dropping down. No creep spread here, so you can't transfuse with the queens. Queen's not actually targeting the Oracle either, which I thought might have been one of the initial ideas. Instead, just going to go elsewhere. The Lings, though, slip into the natural, so Classic going to have to do some crisis management. Two throws of Bile still coming in, pushing those sentries back. The Oracle still overhead, has to take a step away as well. The Roach Ravager going to encroach in on that Immortal Sentry force. A couple more crows of Biles. The sentries die. The Immortals are taking a beating. I think that's going to be good enough to play cleanup there. Classic going to have to type out a GG, and we are going to have to go to a Game 3. Oh, what a shame, Game 3. I told you guys, today's group is very good, with some very competitive players, and I don't think there's just a clear favorite or anything in this. And so far, the results of the day are absolutely showing us that that may just be the case, as we go to the third map, which will be Ultra Love to decide Solar versus Classic. Let's get into this, keep things moving. Alright, Solar bringing it back. I don't think Classic will get away with playing glaives again. I just don't see it being good enough. I think the first game was well done. I think the second game kind of showed us what Solar can do in opposition to that. And yeah, I'd be very afraid for Classic if he decides to play glaives a third time. Just waiting for Classic to join us in the lobby here. He just has done. Ready and go goes are called. We head into game number 3. Classic versus Solar. The Zerg field was so much deeper in 2017. Yeah. No, it is crazy to kind of think. Yeah, Namshar, Alaza, sort of. They all played in like all the tournaments as well, right? And it made a big difference. Yeah. It is crazy just to see how it flipped though. Like I say, just it felt like we had a little bit of influx of Protoss and Terran still. And then just no Zergs up and coming apparently. Which is weird when you consider the Zerg dominance. You know, that Serral and Raynor provided in the region. You would have thought some people might have, you know, looked at that and taken inspiration, but it didn't happen. Yo, Bambable1, thank you so much for the 27-month resub on the Prime as we get into game number 3 of this best of 3. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Classic. In the top right, our blue Zerg player is Solar. Get into our third and final map of our second series today. Like I say, plenty of games to come. 10 best of 3s in total. This is series number 2. We've got 8 to go after this one. Couple of drones in that hatchery coming up. The gateway building currently as well. And drop a cheeky little extractor down. And we'll take a couple moments for everything to get going. This probe running around is pretty much the excitement of the first minute or two here. See where that takes us as the hatchery sets up on the natural, the nexus as well. After this, we have Solar versus Byun coming up, guys. So some ZVT. Then we have Solar versus Trap and Solar versus Oliveira. Again, going through all the Solar games initially. And then we're going to go into the Solar versus... the non-Solar games in the second half of the stream at the end. So that's what we've got coming up. That's what's happening. Continue to look forward to it as we do have our queens on the way. Getting settled in here. We're moving across again, that link speed coming through. Queens and a couple of drones continue up as we speak. It's a Stargate from Classic, so gonna go into that Stargate again. No real surprises about that. Obviously, you can do a lot from there. For the depths, I'm gonna go shading. The Queen's gonna move about a little bit as well. Okay, that Zerglin speed is coming up. A couple of Queens on the way out. Now Zerglins will continue through with a couple of drones. The Adepts are gonna obviously combine and see if they can get some damage. We've been pretty good with the first couple of Adepts in these games so far. This is a difficult map to do much on. I mean, the third is quite far away from the natural. It's kind of a deep dive to kind of get into the natural mineral line as well, it feels like, compared to some of the other maps. So the Adepts just gonna stay back, does not find much opportunity, or they do not find much opportunity just yet. That Stalker might be able to get that Overlord, take another step forward, shoot again, should be fine. Overlord does drop. And Classic is just straight into his third base, so no messing around for Classic. Third base just on the way immediately. Oracle continues to activate, going after the couple of drones. Again, our Nexus building up, the gateway and assimilator is coming through. So Oracle comes out, back through the bottom side of the map. I'm going to get over to the right-hand side. We still have a couple of Queens and a few drones and a Spore Crawler coming up as well. Bringing a lot of that into play as we drop a Forge into the main base. Couple Oracles still setting up. We do have our Twilight Council and Forge producing in on from Classic as well. Add a gateway or two onto that as our Nexus is about to finish. Our Evolution Chamber, drones and Overlords continue to produce. The extra drones is coming in, and the Oracles will be continuing to sit out in the center of the map. A few Lings is going to go running by. Plus one attack upgrade coming through. The gates and the probes building. More Lings in production, the extractor coming through, the melee upgrade is producing, a few extra drones and things still just building in for the moment. So you have the Oracle is going to activate, the Hatchery going to take some damage. Queens will go and actually hit the Oracles a little bit. Oh, the Spore damage adding up right there. And that Oracle is indeed going to go down, so that Oracle gets absolutely blasted. Move back down to the bottom with the Oracle again here. Just going to move over with that, as we do see the obviously Oracles will want to be something we go back to a lot of the time. Feelings keep moving around. Again, just going to see the lair coming up. Melee upgrade on the way in. Just going to see the Temple Archives and the Robo Facility continue through. Obviously, we'll morph in overhead as we do see the Zerglings still gathering up in the center, so we keep on going with that. The Hydraless Den is halfway done. The Infestation Pit still building. Melee upgrade and missiles continue to produce for the moment. Again, Storm and +2 attack on the way in. The Blink is over halfway done already. And the Zerglings keep moving as well. Things will gather. It's going to be seeing the rest of the army getting settled as well for a few moments, so let's see what we can do with all of that. A little Ling run by is always going to be nice as we get in for a few probes. The Stalkers in the center going to try and see if they can get anything and do anything by kind of moving forwards here. The answer so far is not really, though. Hydra continues to move on through. We just have ourselves a little revelation going down. The Lings are going to come across against those Stalkers. Going to get caught in a stasis ward. Portion will get cleaned up as the Ling Hydra begins to make a move onto this set of rocks. So we begin to open up over here. And we got a few units behind the rocks there, obviously just ready to fend off as we are moving into the hive. And Classic says, cool, you're moving into Hive and I'm moving into the Fleet Beacon. He's going to be able to start adding the Tempest onto this, most likely, is the expectation. We begin to get that going as well over these next few moments. Classic's army's honestly decent, and I do not mind that he's kind of stepping forward here on Ultra Love and saying, hey, look, you know, let's do a bit of this, let's fight a bit of that. I think it's pretty correct in kind of his assumption of, like, he can get away with some of this, so I do not mind seeing that at all. We just have our units continue to gather for a couple of moments. The Link's still building. Like I say, the Tempest count is going to start rising here as well, so we get those Tempests up and on the way. Hydra will gather up back on the other side, and again the Oracles will provide a lot of revelations that are necessary here to keep an eye on everything that's going on. I can only imagine that's going to be a pretty major factor, as again, a few Lings going to get caught in a stasis ward. These things are just going to sweep into that third base, so they're just going to go in, get a massive surround, a few Lings here, pop back out, clean up those pretty quickly. Storm coming in as we actually continue to fight the Crisp, but I love that Classic is so comfortable to kind of step forward and stand in the front and just be like, hey, yeah, I'm happy to have my army near you. He's not like shying away from the potential of a fight at any point in time, right? He's very happy to, like I say, stand up there and be ready to deal with it as Lings will knock down some rocks over on the far left-hand side. We do see additional Corruptors are coming up currently as well. Lings will run up, a couple of Zealots will go down. Again, Tempest, another ship coming through. Another few Lings are going to get caught there pretty quickly. A lot of those Lings taking damage. The Lurkers able to help push back. We got the Hydra Dash available as well. See if that develops into anything extra as the Tempest come through, knocking creep down as we go. There's the revelation to reveal those Lurkers and to make it a lot easier for the Tempest to play the chasing game. As we continue to step forward, a few Lings from the other side. Zealots are going to turn onto those immediately. Oh, the Script Team is still dropping. The Lurkers will unburrow. And again, we continue to push on through. Changelings going down as we speak as well. So all of that continues for the moment. There are the carriers. There is the mothership, all being built up. The +2 weapons also in production. I mean, again, actually going to carriers here. So much recently we've seen just Tempest and not really stepping toward the carriers, but gonna get those carriers on the way today, and I do not mind it. I do think the position is so good right now for Classic. I mean, improving into that carrier force is only going to be very useful for you. So the Storm goes down, a couple High Templars. Actually going to get, I love that energy overcharge just went down on that High Templar so I can get an extra Storm off. Love that. I mean, those are the little things that we love off of energy overcharge, the ability to use it in different ways to really kind of meld kind of the position of the game that you're in. So let's still staying aggressive as we do see a good Storm and a little bit of action onto the Corruptors. Nothing to support those Corruptors, so Stalkers are going to blink in after them, and that's a lot of the anti-air going down. Classic is still only on 4 bases. Sola's just about on 5. Uh-oh, Lurker's going to get caught. Good Storms. We're going to step back, though. We're going to respect the Lurker firepower. We actually have the chance to chase again, as, I mean, Sola obviously wasn't comfortable kind of sticking around where he was at. Man, very intense game currently. Pull back again, the army And back to the Watchtower. Both players maxed out here. 12, 13 minutes here on Ultra Love so far. Nothing really setting these two players apart just yet. Stalkers will hit a few of those lings. A couple of probes coming across as well. And the army continues up that left-hand side. The Spire and the Corruptor production continues. The extra carriers coming in. Stalker's going to get rid of a few more Zerglings as the army... Ooh, going to get down this ramp. Solar, can we trap Classic up here and cut him off from his bases? That would be the big question mark, right? As we are going to lose a carrier that's reinforcing there. A few probes already going down. Once again, Classic not allowed a 5th base. That does become an issue over time. Going to drop their feedback on the Viper. Storms are good onto the Lurk as the Stalkers kind of blinked through very early on there. Another Storm has to come in right on top of the Mothership as the Corruptors continue to get to work. Classic supply has dropped significantly. So did Solar's, but he is already rebuilding. The Tempest and the End are actually going to survive through this, and they will go Lurker hunting. I mean, like I say, you've got to rebuild here as Classic, and that's where the issue is going to come from, because he has a bank to rebuild this time, but rebuilding repeatedly is not a choice because he doesn't have a 5th base. He needs to establish a 5th base and keep it alive. This time, it really needs to get up. He's going to start building it right now. If that 5th base does not get online, I'm extremely worried for him. And Solar chose to build massive Corruptor count here. 24 Corruptors were on the way. That's also a moment, I think, here where it's like, okay, you're going to go into a mass of Corruptors. It's probably the right call because Classic has continued to build into an air army. Here we go, first Storm's coming down, doing pretty decently. We're just going to have to storm everything, including on top of your army, Lings, and all sorts jumping on top of you, as it looks as though Solar probably has enough right now to just crush through. And he is going to take a pretty excellent game here over Classic, as it was a well-fought one. I think Solar did a great job of denying that 5th base. Got himself an answer to the higher tech of his opponent, and while the Lurkers were never really a mainstay factor in this game, the fact he got the Corruptor count up to be able to fight the air army of Classic multiple times over, that is a statement, because that's not easily done. That is not something which, you know, Zergs get away with every single game. Great Spire now on the way, so we can put the Corruptors to use as Broodlords if we see the need / opportunity. Hydra pops out, a few more shots coming through. Lurker fire continuing as well. I'll jump onto the Corruptors once more. Stalkers getting underneath, Corruptors get chased away. Now the Link Hydra Lurker is going to go and open up these rocks, so we punch through over here as well. Oh, Templars! Oh my goodness, taking some damage. Obviously, we are hanging on by a thread right now. Single Zergling is going to continue to poke and prod as the Hydra Lurker continues to press on in. Another storm comes up. We are going to have ourselves, I mean, the Mothership doing what it can. This army is just not going to last the test of time, I do not think, especially as a few more Corruptors on the way. We're going to continue to utilize those good Lurker shots there, gets rid of an Archon. And going to drop the Storm onto the Corruptors. They dodge out of it. Obviously, just their goal right now to get rid of the Mothership, take away that Mothership spellcasting utility. This Classic is going to play heartbreaker of a series. So Classic so far took a map in both of his matches, but going to come out with a loss in both. Still possible for him to advance out the group. Losing while taking maps is going to help him in the tiebreakers if it comes down to that. And he does have some PvT up next, so Classic will take on Oliveira and Byun while we continue to watch the games of Solar here live. Again, we will go back to those matches that happen simultaneously and cast them at the end. So that will be how we continue to go. For us, it's going to be Solar versus Byun up next. We'll get that on the go here in just a couple of moments. Get that sorted up and ready to go. Got the match over here ready to go as well. Perfect. Alright guys, we got that all ready. Thanks for joining us so far today. We'll get more matches coming up for you guys. Like I said, it's going to be Byun versus Solar coming up next. Get this series on the go in just a few. See what will happen. Hello, Lucidity Dark, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 43-month resub. How you doing? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let me ping Byun a message. Perfect. So Byun Solar TVZ coming up next, guys. StarCraft will resume here in just a couple. If I catch up on the chat. Corrupt OP. Nice. Does Maru still play SC2? This question gets asked all the time. Yeah, Maru still plays SC2. There's no tournaments that Maru would usually play in happening right now. Maru only plays the big events. Doesn't really play online cups, so we don't cast him because he's not a thing. Alright, Snowpiercer and Whispers of Gold are going to be taken out via the vetoes, and we will see what the first map will be chosen to be. That is a Byun's decision. I think what we've seen recently that Terran's like... I think Terran's kind of like Amygdala. I think Byun might like El Dorado as well. And then what are the other choices? Ultra Love or Ley Lines? Ley Lines has been pretty popular too. Maps I think we kind of thought might be very exciting. I'm gonna go El Dorado first. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's definitely been a fairly popular one. I think Byun enjoys playing that one too, so see what happens. Okay, so just sorting a couple things out. Four, 5, 6. There we go, 7. Players are ready. Be able to kick this off. Alright, let's jump into El Dorado. As we jump into this ZVT, I'm just gonna get our loading screen up and underway. And head into game number 1 of this best of 3. So, on the bottom right, taking his first series of the day and looking to extend on that, there's going to be Solar. While in the bottom left, it is going to be our Blue Terran player Byun. First time we're going to see him today. As again, we continue to work through all of Solar's matches back to back right now. We'll see what sort of a scoreline he can build up across the course of these. Getting in, a couple drones coming up, the Deep Book and the SCV coming down as well. I'm just gonna get down to the low ground, get a hatchery ready as the racks and the gas comes on in. So we got the racks and the gas coming up, the SCV in production. See where that game takes us on this wonderful map that is El Dorado. It's the follow-on to Golden Wall. Definitely has a very fun layout, very fun way of being played. A lot of people coming up with different ways to play this one. A lot of people play through the bottom of the map. A lot of people play through the top of the map. Zergs tend lately to just kind of expand upwards into that top right corner for phase 3, then 4, and just kind of make it so it's much more difficult for the Terran to attack into the Zerg. Some Terrans really like to go big on the bottom side of the map then, but yeah, I guess we will see as Solar and Byun have a chitter-chatter about it's something. Again, thank you so much for joining us today, guys. Third series, a great one. To get this one up and rolling. Moves out, just going to see a couple lings and a couple of queens continue to produce through. Ling's coming about. Reaper is going to be taking some shots. The Reaper obviously applies some shots as well as we go back and forth a little bit. We're just going to move about again. Link speed coming in. Queen and the hatchery. A couple more drones all coming about. Again, the orbital and the command center getting going as the queens get down to the low ground, and the Reaper will have to step away. Extra drones all building up. The starport coming by. Command center coming up as well as the Reaper will continue to be. What we keep our eyes on, there's an overlord poking in for some information on the other side of the map. Just trying to see what else is happening. Obviously scouting with that overlord. Keep an eye on what the Terran is doing. Things are very nice and important as the queens are going to get there. The Reaper will take some shots. The link speed still building through on this side of Solar, so we get that link speed up and rolling for the moment. Now, a few lings do step out. They're actually going to try and catch that Reaper. The Reaper goes down. Well, link speed going to allow you to get the kill there. There's a couple of Hellions in the center. They're going to turn back around, and you see another couple of Hellions just obviously going to be moving about as well. Continue to see what it is that they can get up to. Drones will continue to move along, mining off of this natural. And a few Hellions now on the way as well. The orbital command coming up from Byun, about halfway done currently. Hellions get back down the bottom. The orbital command is about to finish. Can maybe lift that off and drop that straight onto the gold. So yeah, Byun going to take the forward gold base. Maybe plays a more aggressive style here. Going to fake the cloak on the Banshees with the interference matrix upgrade. So I'm just going to fake that cloaking. Not actually going to get cloaking here as he kills off the overlord. Byun does this a lot lately. Fakes with the interference matrix. Cancels it when the overlord is dead. And he will still go to Banshees. Just doesn't actually get the cloaking. So just hoping that the solo over responds to the fact that cloaking is on the way when it's not actually on the way from Byun. So yeah, a little fake out there, not the craziest of moves. We see that fairly regularly, but like I say, from Byun especially lately, that's something he's done a lot. Hellions moving back again. Engineering bays and barracks continue to produce through for the moment. The Hellions actually going to try and bust through here. The Lings doing what they can to hold them up. Still going to have to run the drones around for a little bit of time on the natural. Going to end up going in toward the main base. You're going to end up getting 7 workers, which is not bad at all. Not super early in the game. We do lose all the Hellions for it. I think you're still usually pretty happy with 7 works, especially when the Terran plays that style where you're going to start dropping and applying pressure, and you can really pick up more value because the Zerg had to stop and rebuild some drones instead of prepping with the army already. So I think that's going to be a step in the right direction. Branch goes after a couple of Lings, the Evo Chambers and the Bane Nest coming through, the additional drones all building. Just coming across over to the side again. 1-1 upgrades and Combat Shield continue to produce. Queen's going to be there. The Banshees get again pushed and bullied around a little bit. The Queen's going to try and get after those Banshees again. Banshees taking some damage. The Queen's going to keep forcing those back. At least he thought they were, but one Banshee does go down. A little bit of a shame right there. You have the melee upgrades continuing through, the Bane speed coming up as well. All those Banelings now morphing in as well. Gonna finish those Banes, and some Lings will go back to the upper right-hand side. The upgrade, +1/+1 upgrades against the melee upgrades coming through. The Bane speed is going to be finishing shortly. Rest of the Marines coming about, the Siege Tank coming through, a couple of Creep Tumors coming up as well. Just having the Creeps starting to get cleaned out a little bit, as we do have the Ling Bane continuing across. Tanks will continue to siege. Ling Bane still coming over, those couple tanks going to get jumped on. We do see the Marines coming back across as well. Is starting from Byun, as we'll see him try and get that upgrade lead. Already 1-1 to 0-0, but that's obviously not going to last forever. We'll see how quick Solar is to his own 2-2 upgrades. As I'm going to step up, a couple Creep Tumors go down. The rest of the Lings on the way as the Infestation Pit also producing from Solar. Continue around to the top. Scan here, a couple of Creep Tumors will go down. The Queen going to take some hits, going to get all the way down in toward this hatchery. Ling Bane continues through, a couple of Banes starting to connect right now. Marines on the top side going to get a Queen and get into the mineral line. So Byun, some good multi-prong already, is going to be able to start making some progress as the Ling Bane continues through. Those drones keep dropping. Good move from Byun. I mean, that's great damage dealt in a moment where, you know, you're really powering up with, you know, 8 racks, yes, but you've got a 4th base as well, and this is just going to put you in a lead as you go to 4 bases. And the beauty of it is, as well, we all know how Byun loves to play, right? Like, we know Byun can play a very passive game and play a very, you know, turtle-out game. So getting a lead like this, and then, can, you know, if he wants to, can just turtle it up from here, should feel pretty good for him. Obviously, nowadays, you get less ghosts in your maxed-out army, so maybe there's less of a kind of incentive to turtle. Interesting, by the way, he did take the 4th base, it's like the 4th base as well. As you see, our Marines pulling back around, going to get to the low ground. The hatchery will take some damage. And now 2-2 melee upgrades coming up on the side of Solar as the Queens continue to go onto those Marines. The hatchery continues to take hits. Edivac's just about slipping away to that right-hand side. We do get the hatchery, we do chase the Queen still. And Solar just losing bases. We do at least step forward afterwards. These Marines going to get back in. Spore doing some more damage, but okay, I mean, that is actually a good cleanup. Byun about to have his 2-2 upgrades, but I think at the moment he's got, yeah, the moment he's got 2-2, I actually think he's not really going to have the momentum to kind of take advantage of having 2-2 to 1-1. So, yeah, maybe Byun losing a few too many of his units a little bit too quickly here. General Grounds continues up. The Vipers are still producing the Ultra Cavern on the way as well. Solar taking his step into the later stages of this game. See if he can continue to keep up with the position of Byun right now. Let's do have the 2-2 melee upgrades that are going to be done. The Drill Glands is very much so on its way out. The Vipers are producing through. That Ultra Cavern, as mentioned, is still continuing up as well. So that's going to be also a pretty big factor here. Fine on the center, going to get rid of a lot of lings. That hatchery goes down as well. Can maybe go after some more drones. Not going to see the bio getting to the bottom side now. A few more drones going down. The queens are going to get jumped on, so they are all going to fall. Get back over there, and the lane Bane will continue to take some damage. Wooden Mine gets burrowed up. The Medivacs loading away. Once again, Byun is going to take a very good fight. Just stops and rebuilds and goes again now. This does look as though we have got ourselves Solar in a very good... Solar in a very rough position as Byun is in a very good position. I mean, that's a better fight from Solar. Pushes it back. Good parasitic bomb too. There's nothing really stopping Byun from moving to the upper right side. And looks as though Solar will drop down the first game of the matchup once again. The Queen falls. A couple of drones are still dropping. The Medivacs will unload into the gold base. And that's going to be GG from Solar. Byun is going to have the 1-0 lead in the best of 3. And gets it done on El Dorado. His map pick. So his map pick goes his way. Let's see if that will come true for game number 2. As we're going to go to Amygdala here for our second map of this best of 3. That posted up and we'll get ready to play. Do 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 do. I'll be linked down. Players ready? Yes, they are. Perfect. We'll count down that one. Get that one set. Ready to go, go, go. So we go into Amygdala. We got this going. Set up right here. Alright, in the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player. This is going to be Solar. Currently down a map in the best of 3. He takes on Byun. See if Solar can turn it around. We've gone to game 3. Both of our matches so far today. This is our 3rd series now. Will we be lucky enough to see a game 3 once again? Is today going to be one of them days where we just have non-stop StarCraft? Well, we're going to have non-stop StarCraft, but can it go on just forever and ever and ever? There's a pretty good chance it will. So here on Amygdala, we'll see what goes down as we settle into this game number 2. And barracks coming up, the SCV on the way, hatchery producing as well. I feel like it's still got the worst DVT maps in the map pool for this best of 3. He could have chosen ley lines for map 2. I don't remember what the veto actually was from him. I think he vetoed Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer's been pretty unpopular. Pretty popular for the Terrans, those bases being so spread out. Terrans seem to love the ability to kind of jump between them. More so against Protoss, though, I guess. Alright, Link 3 coming up, couple queens, some of the lings all on the way through here for the moment as Byun moves around. A few zerglings will try and get onto that Reaper. Grenade goes down. Gonna get blasted. Drone will actually die, so the drone gets picked up. That's a good start from the Reaper here. One drone killed already. That's a pretty major plus. As the Queen will come out, the Reaper gets chased away. Queen stepping forward, just going to have ourselves the couple of Hellions coming through, the starport is building, the command center coming up, CV's on the way as the Queens will hit that Reaper, and the Reaper gets pushed back. Does Bunny still play StarCraft? Yeah, Bunny's an interesting one. Good question. I don't know, honestly, because Bunny's not exactly like a big online player anyways. Over the past year, he was not one to really participate in a lot of online events, but he's not played in anything since eSports World Cup, if I'm not mistaken. But he is still signed to Falcons, I believe, so yeah. Great question. I honestly don't know. I'm kind of hoping that because he didn't play in stuff before, he's kind of like, he's still play, just maybe doesn't play in like all the little things, because he has something else going on a lot of the time, but he might still play in anything that's bigger. Yeah, he hasn't actually played since July. He got forward by Showtime in the eSports World Cup qualifier, and he just hasn't played since, which is such a shame, because he looked very good in that tournament otherwise. He was actually very good in that qualifier. I will be very sad if we've seen the last of Bunny. Great guy, very friendly guy. Always one of the most social Korean players when it comes to, like, you know, you're at an event, they say hello. He doesn't just say hi and wave at you. He, like, you know, he talks to you. He wants to know how your life is. Tells you about how his life is. Very friendly guy. Hopefully just extended break. Couple Queens are going to be there. Hellions get turned around. The Stimpack and Liberator building up. A couple of barracks are on the way from Byun as we ready ourselves here on Amygdala. The Liberator is about to finish up as well. And Marine also coming through. Orbital going to land on the third base, and yeah, both players prioritizing upgrades as well. Engineering base and evolution chambers both on the way up as we speak at the moment. So getting that up and running right now. The SCVs continue to mine away. Just going to drop a couple of Evo chambers in. The extractor will go down as well. Still got that Stimpack halfway done. The Liberator comes all the way around the right-hand side. Going to go siege up the back of the Natural in just a few moments. And the Queens are going to be there to hit the Hellions as well. So the Hellions will take just a little bit of damage as there's that Liberator sieging. And the drones will be forced away until the Spore Crawler pushes that back. We lose one Hellion. Liberator will relocate. +1 melee, +1 carapace coming through, and the extra drones and the overlords producing as well. So you're seeing that Bane Nest coming up, the hatchery coming in still. Still got that lad coming by. Doesn't have to 1-1 upgrades coming up as well from Byun currently, so we continue to get that all on the way. Having a little look at the planet in the background apparently, the observer camera that we're stealing right now. Just enjoying some of the prettiness of the map. You are going to see everything is going to go back onto this set of rocks. Open those up. Continue to move on through. The Lings get a wrap. We are going to see the Marines are going to go after the rocks in the center. It's just going to knock that set of rocks down, open up that space a little bit here. The Lings will continue to hit the rocks for a little while longer as well. So the rocks taking some damage. You're going to see a few Banelings are going to come morphing in as well. Lings will finish those rocks off, and again, a couple of depots coming through, the Hydra Den, hatchery, all building as well. Marines are going to step forward. Lings just going to be taking some damage. Queen's going to be coming through. A few Banes coming around the bottom side as well. Mine's going off. More shots coming in. +2, still continuing to come on through from Byun. We'll take a slight lead on those upgrades. Solo playing the Lingbane Hydra this time, something to maybe try and help him power through. Queen step up, the Lingbane Hydra coming through again. The Queen's still going to be there. Just going to continue up. A couple drones go down. Widowmine hits on the Banelings. Hatchery will continue to take a lot of damage. The rest of the Lingbane crashing in, and we do get rid of the hatchery. Marines still coming about. Widowmine is trying to target together, going to blow up onto those Banelings. So a few Banes getting crushed during that one. The Marines will continue to step forward. The Ling Hydra taking some damage as well. So, Drilling Claws also coming through currently as our Lurker Den is on the way. Marines will step up. A couple creep teamers go down again. The rest of the Lingbane still coming about. A couple Widowmines trying to target fire through. There is a Baneling that goes down. Another couple Widowmine shots still trying to target as well. The Lingbane Hydra pulling back to the top once more. He's just going to keep on being there. Just going to see another Bane coming in. A few Queens coming about. Bio now pushing in on the left-hand side. Going to be having the Banes continue to crash forward. The Living Bane still coming through. Bio continues to trade and fight. A few of those Queens going down. Hydra's still stepping forward as well. Bio is just going to completely overrun here, and Solo does not have the numbers to stay alive. Byun with a pretty convincing 2-0 coming through on this one. I mean, this Bio is low HP. Is there a way we clean it up at all? I mean, the high damage probably is good enough to play cleanup, but the damage really is already done. Marines continue through. Still got the 2-2 early upgrades coming up as well. The Viper coming through. The Lurkers are still coming in. And Bio just going to step forward. Going to see some Lings, Banes, and Hydras coming through as well. A couple of Bio units there going to hit the hatchery. Gun is just going to win this with a another shove forwards, and that is going to be the 2-0. Solo gets the win over Classic, loses to Byun. That puts us in a again, a very fun spot in this group, because now Byun comes in with a 2-0 to start his group. Trap is 1-0, so Byun and Trap both 1-0. Classic 0-2, Solo 1-1. We're going to go into Solo versus Trap next, and then we're going to start moving into those Oliveira matches, guys. So, Solo versus Trap coming through in just a moment. We'll get that ready to go. And we'll kick that off. Perfect. Alright guys, so we'll take a couple moments here. Like I say, we'll go into Solo versus Trap as our next matchup that is coming up. And we keep the games rolling. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being with us. Get Solo Trap ready to go. Amygdala and El Dorado. Going to get vetoed. Whispers of Gold is going to be our opening map. Choice from Solar there. We'll get this going. And thank you for joining us today. Hope you're all feeling good and enjoying some StarCraft 2 this afternoon, evening, or morning, wherever you are in the world. Let's get this hosted and get Solar versus Trap ready to rumble. So some ZVP coming up in a few moments. Been away from StarCraft for a while. Glad to see these tournaments going on. Yeah, welcome back to StarCraft 2. Good to have you back with us. Alright, Trap and Solar both ready. Go-Go's being called. Whispers of Gold coming up as we kick off into this PVZ. Let's go into it. Alright. Back to some Trap games. Trap start the day off correctly with a win over Classic. Can he get the win over Solar? Kind of like still cheering on Solar. I mean, Trap actually, I talk about this a lot, but usually Solar is Trap's kryptonite. Trap is not very good against Solar since his return from the military, but most recently Trap did beat Solar. That actually happened the other day, so we cast that one. Trap got a win in the Oliva League, I believe it was, on Saturday. And so maybe Trap has figured out what his weaknesses are against Solar, and maybe he can actually use that to his advantage to get back on track. In the top left-hand side, the blue Zerg player, this is Solar. Taking on our red Protoss in the bottom right corner of the map, we have Trap. So we're going to game one of the best of 3, and we see where we're going to go, and how we're going to do things, and what we're going to get up to, and all of that wonderful stuff. Kick this off on Whispers of Gold. Fun map. I really enjoyed this map. I actually think I really enjoy all the new maps. There's not really been one of the new maps I'm like, ugh, you know, or like we go to Golden Aura in the old map pool, I'm like, oh, Golden Aura. This isn't going to be, like, this is probably going to be boring. But like, the new maps, maybe it's just because they're still new, but I actually really do like all of them. The more I see of each of them, I'm a fan. I think Snowpiercer is maybe the most flawed, but it's still getting play, which means that it's, you know, for now we got to see some cool games of it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, guys, I'll just take a quick moment here while the ZVP takes a moment or so to set up, and just remind you all that this is a WardiTV tournament. WardiTV tournaments cannot happen without your help. So this is my ask. If you have a few dollars to spare, or even if you just got a click to give, follow the channels, like and subscribe. If you've got a Prime sub, see if it's available. Use your Prime on the channel, help support the stream. Obviously, if you can afford to donate, cheer, etc., gift subs, whatever else you want to do, it goes a long way to us being able to keep on running these WardiTV tournaments. We have some plans for December already. We'd love to be able to keep going throughout December and into January strongly, and keep going with more events for you guys as frequently as possible to make sure there's no gaps in that StarCraft 2 calendar. And if you're really enjoying, of course, as well, that you can, and you just want to specifically help the tournaments, one of the best places you can check out is our Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. As always, when the streams do better, we do, when the streams do better, we are able to, put on more tournaments, raise the prize pools. For example, WardiTV October was a $1,000 tournament. This WardiTV November is a $2,500 tournament because the last month has been very successful in the stream. So we really do continue to put back in what we can make of it. So please support if you can. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm going to have to take a moment to open my page to check that one properly. As Ryan CSR comes in with a 2-month resub on the Prime. It's a robo opening from Trap. Okay, let's see how this goes. Let's say, guys, give me 1 second for the donation as well. Nanny Yal on the 7-month resub on the Prime. Love ya. Thank you so much for supporting, mate. Appreciate it. And thank you. I believe it was, yes, it was Shaq Slimeball. How you doing? Thank you so much for the £8 donation. Yes, Wardy, we have a little to share. Keep it going. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Burf Ilbus coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Oh, what a successful solid segment this was. Thanks so much for the 5 gifted going out to Tearing It Up, Scarlet Shadow, Birdie220, Chica DDD, and Rock and Roll. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the support, guys. Keep it rolling. We appreciate you. We'll keep on giving you guys the StarCraft. I said this is a robo opener. I was busy selling out. I did not see the Twilight apparently, and the robe did not look at the time of the game. Holy, hang on, get to that in a second. I'll just very quickly finish my thought process on saying that obviously the Dark Shrine is now on the way up, and we're going to see an Archon drop or DT drop into Archon drop opener out of Trap as Ian M7 comes in with a 75-pound donation. Ian, thank you so much for your generosity as always, usually hitting us up with the subs, this month hitting us up with the donation, making it rain on the stream. Thank you so much for the generosity and the continued support. I appreciate you, mate. Hope you are doing wonderful. And the beautiful month of November. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Martia comes in with the 29-month resub on the Prime as well as a couple of Adepts get active, continuing to come in and do what they can in return. And we do have our DTs. Going to be here in a second. Let's see how well they can do. 3 now 4. Going to walk to a hatchery that has no Spore Crawler on it. There is an Overseer nearby though. There shouldn't ever be a lost base, although the Overseer will take a little bit of time to get over there. So that will take a moment or two. Move across there for a moment. So I actually do kill the hatchery. So the hatchery goes down, and now the Adepts get into the mineral line as well, so that's going to be a factor. And we see our Roach is still moving through, continue to get in position. Again, Blink coming up, the Immortal on the way. Next in a couple gates coming through. Roach speed is going to come in as well. So all of that continues through here currently. Let's just have that Blink continuing in. So pretty good start from Trap. Gets rid of the 3rd hatchery of Solar. It's funny, this seems devastating for the Zerg, but more often than not, the Zerg can recover from these kind of situations. So, you know, like I say, that's one of those surprising factors where you don't think this should be very good for the Zerg. And obviously it's not great, but a lot of the time the commitment to get rid of that hatchery is a commitment, right? And so the cost is got to be considered as well. The hatch only just coming back online now, so it can immediately resaturate it as well. As the Blink and the Immortal continue to come up. Again, the Groove Spine's coming in, a couple more Overlords and Drones all building as well here. The Roach is still coming through also. And this Overseer coming around to check what's up, going in toward the main base a little bit. It's also trying to see what's up over on this side. Oh, Archons will come through. Creep Tumors are going to get grabbed. They lift back up into the Prism. The hatchery will continue to build on the 4th base. And we continue to get Hydras up here as Solar as we go into this next stage of this game. Prism comes back around the left. Again, a few Hydras coming up. The Ling Speed and the Groove Spines are coming up. Prism into the main, and again, the 2 Archons will ready up some dropping action. Go for some drones. The beauty of these Archons is they're tanky enough to survive a few shots, so they can stand in there against the Roaches and continue to just target down drones. And that's what we do for 5 workers killed. The Adepts attempting to hit on the 3rd base, or DT, sorry, on the 3rd base, gets a few drones as well. So the damage keeps being done. So as to take a bunch more drones for the moment. Get those on the way. Hydras and the Ravagers still coming through. The Ling Speed coming up. Muscular Augment's building. And again, the Roach Hydra Force continue to gather up in the center. An Observer in the middle of the map as well here from Trap, as we do have our Creep Tumors still spreading out. The Warp Prism going to move back into the middle as well. Roach Hydra is going to take a moment to step through the rocks, so going to be knocking our way through that for a moment, and the rest of the Hydra Ravager coming around the other side. While we move about, the rest of the units continue to get going. That's going to be seeing the Hydra Roach continue to come around. The units are going to start stepping forward. The changes is going to drop down, and this is going to be the big moment from Solo as he readies this attack. At least it feels like it might be a big moment. Maybe he doesn't, because he does have Hive and Lurk down on the way, so he is looking toward the future. One Hydra apparently is able to get into reach, hit that pile a little bit. Solo, do we want to play with the idea of attacking in right now? Seems like the answer to that is no, not really. Hive and this Lurk Den on the way up. The Zerglings continue through. A couple of Force Fields drop down. Roach Ravager Hydra continues to get cleaned up, and this army of Trap will continue to chase. And this army of Solo has to just go running the hell out of there. So, yeah, Trap with a convincing army right now. And what a time to attack just before Lurker Den is ready. Lurkers will obviously not have any upgrades if you commit in this moment. So, this could absolutely be the best time to just sort of send this right here. I'm just going to try and wrap around on the top. A couple Hydras going down. I'm not sure if the commitment... I mean, this Colossus needs to get on top of some of those Hydras. There's a clump of them to the top side that you really could kind of chew through. The second Colossus would have been amazing as well. Range would have been amazing on the Colossus, but they are just not ready for this timing. We'll finish off those rocks again. Lurk is still on the way up. The Viper's coming through. Seismic Spines is producing. Mortal's going to take a couple of shots of damage. The Hydra's get rid of both of them. We'll step forward once again. Our Hydra's still taking a lot of damage. Corrosive Files dropping down. The Stalker's pulling forward. And this is looking very, very good here for Trap, as I think he's just about done enough before the Lurkers came into play. The Lurkers that are here are going to go down, and Trap is going to take a game one off of Solar. Something is clicking for Trap in this matchup. He did not do well against Solar at all, but now he is starting to win these series against him. It's starting to look a lot better there as we get ready to go into game number 2 of Solar and Trap. So we get the second game coming up in just a moment, guys. Second map will be on ley lines. Let's get to it. Pop the lobby link down, get this started up. Get this ready to roll. Ready? 6 casters is the correct number for this one. Perfect. Let's get to it, my friends. Let's keep the games rolling here today. Is it true that I get 100% from a Twitch user donation, but YouTube I can only get 70%? I guess YouTube does take a 70-30 cut, and I guess super chats are built into YouTube. The thing is, so when people donate on Twitch, there's actually a separate donation link that has nothing to do with Twitch. So that's basically like a third-party software that probably takes like 5 to 6% transaction fee or so. So yes, I probably get more if you donate via the Twitch donation link versus super chatting. I never really thought about that actually, but yeah, I guess super chatting is like built into YouTube, so it would kind of make sense that it's comes under the YouTube cut, whereas my donation system on Twitch, like Twitch have bits and people can share bits, which is like Twitch's donation system, but people don't usually use that. So yeah, maybe I don't know if maybe I should just add the typical donation link to the YouTube. Is a possibility. That is something we could do. Usually I say don't worry about those things. Support it wherever you you feel best supporting. But yeah, I'll have to look into that a bit more properly, because actually I hadn't really thought about it until just now. Trap in the bottom left, Solar in the upper right. As we get into game number 2 of this best of 3, let's see where we go. A few early moments. Gonna be seeing the Cybercore coming up. And we take a couple moments here. Sell this one down. So we got this up and running. It's gonna be seeing a couple queens on the way. Overlord and drone coming through. The Nexus coming about as well. Maybe building YouTube stuff increases YouTube visibility. Yeah, I like I said, I don't really know how it affects it, but I never encourage people to donate in a certain place. Like I never encourage people to steer away from the integrated set things, because I actually think it's very good to use the integrated things. Typically, I mean, the original donation link for my Twitch is because we've always had that donation link. You know, from before Twitch had their own donation system and stuff. And Twitch's donation system is pretty expensive too. Yeah, I think I always think it's good to use the integrated things. I think it does look good for the channel, and I think it's nice as well. Like, you know, sometimes it pops up in chat and people see that and they realize that that's something that they can do as well. So there are benefits to it outside of, you know, purely the percentage cut that you get, right? So depths. I'm gonna get chased. Lings are gonna go and get a grab. It's gonna be a couple drones going down. Oracle moving about. We do have a hatchery, drone, queen all coming through. The couple of overlords are building up as well. Just seeing our again warp gate, adept coming through. That Oracle still coming around. Again, the gateway coming up as well. And a few Zerglings move down the bottom for a few moments. So just trying to see what's up and what's going on. We'll see the Oracle of Trap coming to the upper right-hand side. Also try and go see a little bit of what is going on. Moving in there. See what's up. Oracle about halfway done. Get settled for a moment. The Nexus coming up as well. And get that underway. Now see the Ling's going to come about. Stalker going to get grabbed. The Oracle gets rid of a few more Lings. Oracles move up, trying to see what we can do. Gonna settle here for a couple of moments. And again, a few more Lings continue to go down for now. And Oracles, Adepts together, gonna join up and move about. That's why that Council Forge. A couple gates going through. Oracle's going to activate and they actually take a loss, so the Queen's able to get rid of one of those Oracles already. Tramp's moving into the Twilight and the Forge. Adepts will step away. The few Adepts backing out of there. The Roaches in production as the Oracles continue to back up for the moment. So take a few steps back. The Oracles come around that right-hand side. Again, +1 and Blink continue to come through. Oracle sticking around overhead, just going to be seeing the Blink and the +1 both coming through. The Lings are going to attack in. Pylon getting cancelled. More Stalkers warping up. The battery's on the way through. Trap continues to go one way and another. The Queens will also come stepping forward at the moment. We'll see Queens here, Ravages and Roaches here. First Force Field's going to buy some time, at least use some Corrosive Vials. Those are pretty much all the Force Fields we had. Those two Sentries don't have much left on them. Stasis Ward's obviously going to be a big factor here. Doesn't want to kite back into that Stasis Ward too soon. When it's only a few Lings on those Stalkers and Adepts, you can manage that. You don't need the Stasis Ward to save the day right there. Maybe now as a few more Lings show up, it's better to have that Stasis Ward activate, and I think that's very true. The Oracle going to run out of energy, and that Queen will push it back. A couple more Stalkers getting warped in. Is it enough so far? Answer is not yet. The Ravagers keep on fighting. 11 probes gone down. Yeah, I mean, the Ravagers obviously getting very up in the front right here. A few Lings going to come out of the Stasis at a good time. We're so close to having Blink and +1. Those upgrades make a world of difference here for Trap if he can just survive that long. Obviously, that is a big question mark right now as our Blink now finishes. Okay, +1 coming through. Did he survive with enough stuff to make the Blink and +1 matter? He is starting to chew his way through those Ravagers. Ravagers are big, important units to get rid of. The Immortal's going to kind of get stuck in the front as well, fully surrounded by Zerglings. The Oracle activating and getting rid of some more Ravagers too. It's only Lings left over. They should not be able to do too much on their own accord. Stalker step back across. The other unit's going to come back over as well. Roach speed starts. I don't think Solo did enough here. Work counts are going to be very similar. He's making Roaches just to go for another round of this, but I think that's going to be a struggle. The creep is good to kind of accelerate across the map. Circling's gathering on that far left-hand side. The Stalkers will come through with a revelation on the creep, clear up some of those. Tumors once again. Things are going to try and break through. The Immortal will hold the wall. There's a Stasis Ward in the natural that will probably expire before it gets utilized. Clearing up the creep is not a bad thing. There's no roach speed in the game yet, so the more creep you clean out, in theory, the slower it's going to be to get across the map. It's going to make sure these Stalkers don't die to Lings, but intercepting the Lings would be nice. Going to blink after they get a couple extra. Just keep building. Robobait and a second facility on the way up. Chrono Boost and Immortals. It's Oracle trying to see what's going on. Identifying that this is a continued all-in would be very nice. Knowing what you're up against is, a lot of the times, a big portion of the battle. Observer available here to clean out even more creep spread. He is going to see the units moving out. Okay, so now Trap knows. Is he too out of position? He's going to drop the recall. I don't hate it. I think a recall is a very good choice in this moment. As sentries maybe ready to drop some force fields and help themselves out right now. Corrosive Vials, they'll pop those force fields, and a couple more force fields going down. That's pretty much it for force fields. The Oracle has to turn back away. We do have a good amount of battery energy available, but we're going to eat the Biles on the Immortal. Trap has to run back off of the third, and I think he just got a bit greedy. The Robobay will never come into use. The second facility can't be really afforded right now. I think he just didn't identify that Solo was going for a round 2 of this soon enough, and now Lings all over the main base as well. And that is going to be, well, pretty much it, right? Roach Ravagers continues to hit here. The Stalkers keep going down. Pylons are dropping. Probes are dropping. Yeah, this is going to be good enough from Solo. The second effort is good to take this to a 1-1 scoreline to take us to a game 3. GG. So we go to the game number 3. We're going to go the distance. Our third map will be Solo's pick between Ultra Love and Snow. Alright guys, take a moment here. As yeah, Trap I think was just caught a little bit too off guard by that attack time and having to recall the Stalkers. The Sentry's not ready to be there. Snowpiercer are going to be our third map, so we're going to go into Snowpiercer, map number 3 of Solar and Trap. Big match. Every match in this group is big because it's between a bunch of amazing players. Alright, we ready up, Trap Solo, game number 3. Ready, everyone's set. Let's do it. Let's jump into it. jump into Snowpiercer. So we have in the top right, our red Zerg. This is going to be Solar, bringing it back with that aggression on ley lines. And in the bottom left, our blue Protoss is Trap. Simulator, pylon, probe, coming up here to get started. And as you see, another probe on the way out as well. It's just going to get that up and running. Drone is going to patrol over towards the natural, get that hatchery down. Overlord continues to move out onto the map. As you see this probe of Trap moving in as well. So just going to get the probe back into the main base. Probe's chrono boosting out of the Nexus for the moment. Probes jumping into that assimilator. We do have the Overlord coming through the middle of the map as well. Take a couple seconds to, once again, early game PvZ it up, which kind of means just sit around and wait to see the tech structures build and go from there. And this is our fourth series of the day. After this, Solar takes on Oliveira. Going to be the first time seeing Oliveira on the day. See how he performs as we'll be moving through his matches. Following that, I believe it'll be Oliveira versus Byun, then Oliveira versus Trap, then Oliveira Classic. Or something to those effects. We're going to have Byun Classic and Byun Trap at the end of the day. Also, loads of matches still to come here in the WardiTV November Group B. We've got Group C and D over the next 2 days as well, so hurry up your days, cancel your work, or make sure your boss is out the room so you can watch. Because we've got some StarCraft to get through. Overlord coming into the natural, trying to see a bit of what's up. Still gonna ping. The Overlord gonna take some shots, likely go down in a moment. So that Overlord will fall. Nice catch early in the game, gets the kill. It's a pretty big positive. Twilight Council finishing the gateway building. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming through. Queen, Ling Speed, a few more drones building up as well, so all of that is still coming by. That Resonating Glaives starts here on the side of Trap as well, so we got that Resonating Glaives coming out right now. Bring that up into play. So the Warp Gate and the Adept, a couple of gateways coming about. Ling Speed stays in production as well. Queens in production too. The drones and the Lings continue to come by, and the Lings are going to chase after that probe for a few moments. Still got the Resonating Glaives coming about, the Robo Facility popping through in a moment. The Roach Roaring will go down at the front. And again, a few more depths still coming up from Trapper right here. So a few depths pop on by. Again, Resonating Glaives and the Robo Facility coming up. The Nexus will start as well. And GCR Zergan's going to run across as Solar will try and put some pressure on. Solar coming straight down the other direction. This is going to go moving out once again, so they're going to go running. Roach Roaring sets up. Additional Roaches and Lings all building, as you do have our Extractor coming through too. For a couple of moments during this game number 3. Again, Trap 1-0 in the group, Solar 1-1. This really is a group that could come down to so many, like, 2-2 scorelines. Again, I just love how close this group has the potential to be, as that Roach will go down as well, so that's going to be another grab. So Roach is coming in, the Immortal coming up, the Nexus is about to be done. Again, Ling Roach Ravage is still producing through as Solar is readying the attack. 38 drones only, the Prism sees this. 4 batteries on the way, you would feel as though Trap's going to be prepped for this. I mean, he sees it coming from a mile away. There's no way he thinks it's anything else. Prism taking some more shots. Really, I think Prism just trying to double confirm that this is exactly what he thinks it is, so he knows he's prepping in the correct manner. He has so many units already. Glaives will help a lot against the Lings. Having the Immortals against the Roaches is going to be huge. I mean, let's see. We are going to be in a bit of a weird space where obviously you've got to step quite far away from your third to protect the natural. And that's going to be maybe the biggest issue of all. We're actually going to load up one of the units to bring it across the side, but then I think Trap is going to get caught a little bit. Good force fields actually stops the surround for a little bit. Oh, corrosive valves are nasty though, and that's actually pretty major. We need to stay close to these batteries and get as much healing off of those as we can get as Trap. Oh, I think he's going to die just because of the positioning, which is sad, but that's kind of one of the issues with the map, is that this third is such a stretch away from the natural, so defending both is really tough. Definitely something that I think Solar, utilizes this map for. I think that Roach Ravager force is obviously doing very well here still. And as we continue to push back, that Immortal getting chased away. The Ravagers continue to come swinging. And Trap is in a very rough space. I mean, this is an early enough attack where he could probably have just given up the third base, but he was still set up on the third base. So many of his batteries were there, so the idea of giving it up maybe wasn't really very tantalizing to him. Understandable, but obviously a little bit rough. As you see, a few corrosive valves will come down. This Nexus will indeed fall. Prism reloads and unloads. There's the third base dropping. It's usually fine to lose the third. The problem is you can't lose the third after you try to defend it. Because trying to defend the third was so expensive for you, so losing the third after trying to defend it is pretty difficult. Files are good. Sniper on the gateway. Continue to take shots. This gateway taking hits as well. Got our Cybernetic score still building in. The Ravagers are still firing up some shots. Pylon will drop down. Both those gateways going to fall as well. Depth continue to chase across. Going to turn back around, get rid of a drone. And we have on ourselves the Roach speed coming through. Again, the drones and the Roaches in production. The Baneling Nest still about halfway done currently. 5-6 workers going down. Quite a lot of damage dealt as you have our Roach speed continuing to come through as well, so just getting all of that up, running. Again, our Depths can continue to get to work there. We are going to lift back into the Prism. The Queens are coming across to chase the Prism out of there. Dark Shrine and the Gateways coming through. The Nexus producing. The Observer coming up. Again, Charge and Extra Stalkers building as we go. Things will go nibbling onto a pylon. And again, the army comes up the left-hand side from Trap. Going to go and take position and jump onto one of those locations. Five more drones getting picked away at again, plus 1 melee and Bane speed coming through. Trap obviously getting back to a third base. Dark Shrine coming up could be a cool way for him to maybe apply some pressure and do some of the damage he might need to truly get back into it. So maybe that is not so bad of a possibility. Also use those DTs as Archons if that's what you feel you need, and that will be the case right here, morphing those in. I don't hate Trap's army, but it is obviously all in. 42 probes. The thing is, Solar doesn't know. So Solar is going to be out of position at the very least initially. As the couple of Zealots are going to charge up. The few Lings take some damage. We're going to get up there. The hatchery will be going down very quickly here, it would seem. The rest of the Lings are going to come across as well. We continue onto that hatch. The Lings running through. Force fields come across. A couple of corrosive vials going down. The Banes start to try and slip by as well. A couple other Banes continuing through here. Just going to be seeing still the rest of this army continue to fight. There's a pretty good effort from Trap. I just don't think he's ever going to have the power to really push on through. That means that Solar is going to go up to 2-1. Trap is going to drop it down to 1-1. Like I say, this group's still in a great place. It's pretty good for us because, like I say, I'm really cheering for Solar to make it because it would be really nice to see any Zerg in the playoffs. I have the right to be biased in this situation at the very least. And Hexer Bane's morphing in, the Lings are producing. Corrosive Ball's going to try and land, not quite able to just yet as the Prism dodges away. Wonder what would have happened if he used the Darkshine for Harass. I kind of thought that was what he was going to do. Like, if he kept probing and defends, I don't think Solar's army can necessarily do a lot if Trap is just set up defensively and the DTs, you know, force Solar to turn back as well. I think he could have done right. Done okay, no? I think I like that possibility more than I like the way it's gone. Because obviously, I mean, hindsight's everything, but that army didn't look as though it was ever really going to... Maybe it could have traded once, but was never going to win against reinforcements, I thought. Obviously, that was not the case. And now Solar's just going to come through and pretty much smash through for victory. Looks like the Bazaars charge up, the Banes are going to be there. Banes obviously just going to brute force their way into the mineral line, or actually just knock down some of the batteries at first. It's obviously way too much Zerg, and Trap is not going to be able to stay in this as the Ling Roach Ravager. Bane continues to get going. A few more probes dropping down also. A couple corrosive files up towards the top. And we're all going to see those Roaches and Ravagers continue to go. It's going to be that Archon taken out there. And that is going to be Solar taking the 2-1 victory. And he will move on through to play against Oliveira in his final map of the day, or match of the day. So that will come through in a couple of moments. We'll get that ready to rumble. And yeah, we will get Solar and Oliveira ready to go. So Oliveira Solar up next for us. Back to some TVZ guys. We see the final matchup of Solars in the day. We got that ready in just a few. Got the video started. Kick this off. And then this is our halfway point after this series. We're halfway through this group, guys, so looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I mean, like, group's in a great place. It's very mixed up. We'll see what Oliveira does in his first matchup. Obviously, classic 0-2. Will be fun to see if he can turn things around a little bit, perhaps. I mean, 0-2, but took a map in each of the games that he lost. Gives him a really good chance to go 2-2 and actually have a good tiebreaker situation, so that is not a bad place to be. I'm going to go El Dorado for map 1 of this TVZ, by the way. Get that hosted up. Bane's look good. Yeah, Banes are very good. Get everyone in here, move Solar up into the player slot. 6 casters seems pretty reasonable. I think that means we're good. Nope, we're missing one. We're meant to be on 7. Alright, 7 casters even better. Second map, Leylines. Third map, Snowpiercer. If our players are ready, we can kick off into game number 1 of this TVZ, guys. Quick turnarounds from series to series right now. Thank you, Vara, for the 59-month resub as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing wonderful. Thank you so much for continuing to support. Coming up to 5 whole years. Am I happy with the last balance patch? Are there any changes that I think need adjusting? I think it's fine. I think that it's a good direction for the most part. I think it's all pretty okay. I wouldn't say there's anything that I would immediately be like, yeah, let's change this, or anything like that. I like it as it is. I think it's good steps. get ready to dive into game number 1 of this series. Just waiting for Oliveira, who is BRB, a moment or two it seems. So yeah, just waiting for Oliveira to come through. Goes says Oliveira, and we are officially now allowed to begin. Count this down and get this going. Yeah, I wouldn't really change anything, to be honest. It's pretty solid. Let's hop into El Dorado. Bottom right corner of the map, our blue Terran player. This is Oliveira. Taking on, in the bottom left, our red Zerg. We have Solar. We'll set this off. You have an Overlord on the way across here initially, making some moves. We'll follow Overlord for the first few moments, get ourselves into this. That's what everyone else is looking at. What does everyone else find exciting? Yeah, the Overlord as well. Me too, guys. Me too. I also find the Overlord move very exciting. Yo, Beth Ilbus, thank you so much for gifting out another sub. Gonna go out to XDeadpoolXX. Thank you so much for the generosity. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. It will be popping out in just a few moments, so just gonna go and move that around for a little bit here. That's settled in. Let's see where we're gonna go to. Okay, we're gonna fire a couple of lings. We'll start to take some damage already, so a few shots coming through there. Just going to be seeing the lings and drones going to go back and forth for a little bit as we have the Reaper coming back across also now currently. And just having action continuing for a few moments. The Reaper coming back across, heading back into the center for a little bit as well. Try and see what else we can get done. Takes position, a couple queens will take some damage. Having the hatchery still building up on that left-hand side. The link speed coming through, queen and the drones all producing as well. It's just getting a lot of that up and on the way. It continues back across currently as we make our way over. Just going to have the Reaper hitting a few more shots. Again, a couple of Hellions coming up as well. What's up, Gladurger? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much. And Hellions will continue to move. A little grenade goes down. Queen takes some damage as the other couple queens continue to gather up together for the moment. Actually, got the Hellions through. A couple drones go down. The Ling's going to try and play wraparound and play cleanup, but a couple drones, few Zerglings. These Hellions have been pretty worth their time. Will be the end of them. I guess the Reaper goes down as well, which is not exactly ideal. As again, the factory moves over to the side, get the tech lab in position, and the barracks will go down as well. There you go, the Hellions and the Viking continue to come across. Continue to make some plays right now as we get settled in. A couple of Hellions will start a fight, a few hits coming about here and there. Hellions get back into the top side. So I'm going to try and chase. The Hellions will take some shots. Queen is going to be there as well. The Hellions will continue to get hunted. Both of those go down. Do not love this continued dive from Oliveira. Just so unnecessary. And coming out of that with less Hellions and not really any gained information or anything, right? Like, there was no real benefit from just giving your Hellions up in this one, so don't exactly love that. Additional barracks all still on the way through. Same in the 1-1 all coming about as well. Just getting those melee and carapace upgrades being brought through. Siege tank is coming up as we speak. Drones getting lasered from afar. So a little bit of damage being done on those ones as we do have. Queen's going to try and get back in the other direction and see what they can maybe do over here. And Bane Nest is coming up. The Queen's going to be there. Liberator goes down immediately. So that's going to be the end of that. There is a push on the other side from Solar, just trying to get onto the bottom side of this. As Oliveira is playing off the gold base on this bottom side and is apparently going to then 8 racks from that. So one little setup from Oliveira. As yo, Grabix 4040, thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Melee upgrade, attack upgrade still coming through. The combat shield is coming in as well. Marines, tank, and medevacs all producing, as we do see the rest of the Zerglings can now morph into the Banes. So those Banes morph in. The Marines coming through the center, getting past the watchtower. We'll stem up again. Just going to see a couple of those creep teamers going down, and again the Ling Bane will continue across. Going to target fire down a few of those Banes immediately, so damage being done. And then the medevacs step back and move out of there for the moment. A couple extra Banes continue to come by. Ling Bane and Baneling Speed continuing to produce currently. We do have ourselves another command center going to go down over in the corner. The medevacs continue to make their way about just for the moment. He's going to stem straight up here. Solo's already going to take some damage, so a few shots immediately. The Queen's taking some damage, and obviously the Bane Speed only just now finishing. The tank's in a good spot. Obviously, it's very awkward because it's the Zerg. This position is not immediately scary from the Terran, but you can't really engage into it because you've got to come from one direction. You cannot go from multiple angles and get the wraparound you're usually looking for. You've got to just come from this natural position, unless you have some way to make your way through the center of the map, which I think we're going to start trying to set up for now, perhaps. Some of the units just moved across in that direction. Maybe a drone over there to kind of open up those minerals, but that should have been something we did ahead of time. Now you're going to be doing that very late on. And these Marines are going to continue to fight, and the tanks are putting some good damage in. Units coming down the ramp are taking an absolute beating. there are the minerals opened up so the Ling Bane can come in and set up the surround, but we've already advanced further into the natural. At this point, this position here is a choke point we can kind of defend as well. The biggest thing that Ling Bane might do is just stop reinforcements from streaming across the map, as we are apparently just going to commit those, so we're going to send it. Tanks on both sides. The Banelings are going to actually have enough numbers to reach the Marines, and the cleanup is made from Solar. He gets there in the end. Ooh. The Marines gathering up. Again, two Tripperers coming in on both sides to continue to get this going. Rocks do get knocked down. That's a big deal. Now you got to eat through those rocks to be able to kind of come through the center again. Oliveira will continue through the bottom of the map. He took a 4th base already. He's taken a 5th base on location on the 2nd gold. So he's really going to power up on the gold bases. The Banes forcing the Medivacs to load up the Marines again. Big drop to the top. Solo will not see this one coming, so it's going to be a surprise for him as we run in there, and there's a bunch of drones we can grab. Actually stop for the hatch and the queen for a second. That maybe costs you a few of the drones that you could have had instead. Either way, the hatchery will fall. Solo gets put back down to 4 bases. That's going to be a nice slowdown from Oliveira. Good play from him to make life a little bit more difficult for Solo right here in this game number 1. Marines are going to step up again. Siege tank gets siege. We do see our +1 vehicle weapons is on the way through. The drilling claws also in production as our Marines will gather. And Queens are going to actually get rid of a medevac already. So that medevac already going down. The other Marines continue to fight. Tank is going to get jumped on a little bit. Ling Bane continuing to move through. We just pull back a little further. Ling Bane is going to continue by. Marines will spread. The tank was great. It did a lot of splash damage here. I just don't know if we've got enough to keep going. The thing is, Oliveira doesn't need to win this with one big push anymore. Solar is obviously up against someone who's got a 5th base ready to mine on a gold when he gets it landed again. Oliveira going to take the chance to knock down these rocks. That's funny because it's going to block the entry on the bottom from Solar, but it's also going to stop him from defending his bases easily. Oh, did the command center just block the rocks from dropping? Those rocks didn't drop. Is that because the CC is there? Oh, that's fascinating, because obviously a unit stuck under those rocks would die, but apparently a building can't die. That's... Oh, I didn't know that. I guess, actually, we did know that. There was that map where you could engineer and baby block where the rocks drop down to break the tower, and then you could supply depot, and then the rocks wouldn't fall, but the tower breaks. It's funny. The CC's like half HP, so it does take damage. Oh, that's funny. But it cleans out the rocks. It takes damage, but the rocks can't spawn. So it does do damage. That's wild. Oliveira looking very good supply-wise, as we do see Marines, tanks, Widow Mines all combining to push on through here. Widow Mine shots are very good across the board. Very good damage done there initially. The rest of the Marines join back up together, 3-3. Still being brought through as well. Tank's still taking a lot of hits. The Bane's getting pushed back the other way. The Overseer coming through. Some Ultras are about to come out. We've seen, obviously, a position like this for Oliveira in this game previously. This time I do not think Solar has enough to fight this off. And yeah, Terran's definitely figuring out fun ways to play this map and make it look very, very favored to them. It'll be interesting to see how the Zergs start to respond on this map and how they figure out what they can and cannot do and what they need to stop from happening. I mean, this would have immediately been better for Solar from the very start if he'd been able to just go BAM! Minerals already mined out in the center. He's already able to come in from 2 angles on the initial push. That would have already been an amazing step in the right direction. We go to ley lines here for this map number 2. Let's host this up. Solar Oliveira as we enter. We'll get to about the halfway point on the day. Solar might be ending up 2-2. Oliveira going to start with a 1-0 advantage. Very excited to see where this group continues to go to. Like I say, this one's going to be up in the end till the end. A big contrast to Group A, where we kind of knew the results of Group A after like 6 matches out of 10. The last few matches were very much so a formality, and the last match actually had no impact, win or loss, on any of the results or the standings. So, yeah, definitely a big step away from that. 7 casters is the magic number. Go and ready, says Solo, waiting for our go-ahead signal from Oliveira, and we can kick off into game number 2. You already figured out what to do as a Zerg on that map, Vito? Yeah, I mean, that might just be the case. That might just be the case. Let's go, let's go into game number 2 here. Continuing our way through the games. Been fun. It's been a very fun set of matches so far. In the bottom left-hand corner, our red Terran player is going to be Oliveira. He's up a game, taking on the blue Zerg in the top right of the map. Solar here on ley lines. Up a game, obviously first match we've seen of Oliveira. Guess that's a good precedent for what to expect from him today, perhaps. Be, like I say, just a fascinating group to watch unfold. The deeper we get, the more confusing the group becomes, the more that's to be figured out. Take a couple moments here to set up on ley lines. So we're just having some rough early games and unable to really handle some of these Terran pushes. Definitely been one of the issues he's had so far. We kind of saw it earlier against Byun. It was a fairly similar story as well, in fact. We're moving up, and we are just going to be seeing the Reaper and the Orbital on the way in. Hatchery. We'll finish shortly. Bring that through as the SCV. Going to take a turn up into the natural as well. Drone gonna move about a little bit, so a little bit of journeying around right there, nothing too crazy as we settle ourselves down. Reaper still coming through. It's gonna be seeing the command center is about to finish. The link speed coming by. The Reaper is obviously blocking that third hatch for a little bit. It's just been a little bit of an annoyance for a few moments there. Doing the best that we can for a little bit. Alien's still building through. The link speed coming up. The drones are in production. Now, obviously, that starboard finish, we'll see a bit more of what the plan is here from Oliveira. Maybe the tech lab could be his. For the Cloak Banshees, probably not, because he just started up Stim, but it was a cool little possibility, an idea. What was maybe to be. Couple queens coming through, the drone's still producing. Liberator and Stimpack building as our Hellions gonna get jumped on. The couple of queens are gonna get there, push the Hellions back a little bit, the Reaper as well. Our hatchery is about to finish, and our drones will continue to build. Queens coming up also, as we just have our barracks on the way from Oliveira, so those racks coming online. One Marine's gonna get there, the Overlord will continue to take damage, Liberator will add a little bit of damage output as well. And that Stimpack is going to be halfway done here in the next few moments, and that's maybe what Oliveira just builds towards. Nice, fast Stimpack, follow up from the Liberator harassment. Lings will move about, the rest of the Lings coming back around. Marines will be there, Lings get pushed the other side. Seeing our Hellions now Reaper move about, Liberator coming the other way, Combat Shield will start, Medivacs and Marines all coming through, the Crypt Humans will get picked away at. Circlings around that right side. Seal moving, we got the drones on the left finishing. And the Medivacs will load up a whole group of units as well, and they're going to get taken straight out further onto the map. And away they go for a few moments. Combat Shield and 1-1 upgrades. Building still from Oliveira as well. So all of that continues through. Again, the 1-1 Combat Shield coming up, the Orbital Command coming by. So you're going to see those Medivacs still moving to the edges as the Hellions will come up as well. Get a drone there pretty much immediately. Not a bad start as again our 1-1 missile upgrades come through. The Lings going to take some damage. The Queens do have to take a step back eventually. And our missile and carapace upgrades coming through. That Roach speed building up. Our Solo loses a few drones, and we'll try and play this Roach style and ley lines to get him through to the later stages of the game, seeing how well that will go for him. Medivacs keep moving, the Queens will fire, Liberator's going to be there, the Spore Crawler fires back as well. Again, still got the attack and armor upgrades going through, the Liberator gets shot down by the Spore Crawler. Marines will unload, Lings running in, the Marines will kite backwards, dealing with those Lings a little bit, Roach goes down, Queen's still taking damage, the other Marines are going to have to step back and away, the Roaches get bopped one more time. The Roaches will continue to trade out, but not going to be able to do enough as the Marines load back into Medivacs. And they're going to escape away through the top side of the map. Away they go for the moment. Factory number 2 on the way from Oliveira. I suggest we're probably going to see a 4th base starting from him in the fairly near future as well, would be the expectation of this. Most Queens will continue to go through, pushing the Marines back a little further as well. The 1-1 upgrade's about to complete. And the Marines loading into the Medivacs to try and play Getaway. Well, Marine's just going to go loading up once again. Just going to be pulling back for a couple of moments. Marines continue to move along. Ling Roach Ravager setting up. The Medivac's ready to unload in the center. Overlord goes down. A couple of Cryptumers get picked away. The Lings will fall. The Roach Ravager steps up. Marines load back into the Medivacs again. They're just going to be seeing the melee upgrade and adrenal glands coming through too. Well, Vipers continue to produce with that adrenal glands. Really getting us into that nice late game stage of the CVT now, so selling our teeth, though, sinking our teeth into this later game at the moment. The Hellions continue to... So the Terrans continue to move into the center of the map, and we do have our Roach Ravager stepping back the other way. The Marine tank is moving around as well. For some reason, Hellions on the mind. Hellions are long gone as 2-2 upgrades continue through. A little skirmish starting in the middle. We're going to go there. Just some creep clearing for the moment. A hat-trick gets cancelled in the forward position. OLIVEIRA up a game, remember, in this series. Probably denying the forward bases and stopping Berserk from getting to 5 bases comfortably is a pretty big win. Step through again. The creep teamers continue to go down. There's a lot of creep being cleaned up. Potential for this Ultra Bane to move into those tanks. We are still fighting on the right side as well. I think OLIVEIRA just had to lift up there against those Roaches. Not quite enough Marines left in that portion of the army, so we'll not stick around for it. Again, Kindness Plane is continuing through. The +2 melee and +3 carapace all on the way up at the moment. You see a bunch more group thread being spread out on the map as well, as our Marines will continue to unload from the medevac. So Marines will unload. Again, the Spire coming up, the hatchery is coming through, +2 melee, +3 carapace coming in. This Ghost Academy is about to complete as well. A lot of additional creep tumors continue to produce. Drones going down. A lot of Lane Bane Ultra going down the left-hand side as well. A couple of tanks get jumped on immediately. Planetary Fortress is firing it up. We do see a lot of Bane Lanes going to get in and picking off that mineral line. That's 15 SCVs falling, plus the base that can be replaced easily. OLIVEIRA gets rid of another Ultra across the map. His supply is struggling for the moment, but I think he'll bounce back from that without too much issue. We'll lose a few more units to the Spore Crawler. Gets the base again. I mean, you're still keeping Soul on 4 bases. There is the top left to consider. Like I say, we can retake the forward base ourselves as OLIVEIRA very easily. That should be a pretty quick something that we can move towards and handle, so that's not really a problem at all. Again, +2 melee, +3 carapace, both being built. Got those upgrades on the way. Our first Ghost taken to the stage. This is getting to that point where Ghosts are going to be pretty essential. Some Corruptors coming up as well from Solo to try and deal with the Liberators. They're also likely going to be an issue. The medevac's going to get rid of a couple creep tumors. The Ultras in the center going to come to the sides. Ravager Bane going to move across as well. Medevac's load up and boost the heck away. So got a couple of Liberators coming out. The Widow Mine's producing. Medevac's being chased. Nice Abduct is going to help us to get rid of a full Medevac there. Good little bit of efficiency from Stoller, the kind of thing that you're probably going to need to see more of from him as this game continues. Little pickoffs, especially against a later game Terranomi that trades very effectively for the most part. You're going to want to be as on top of that as you can be. Trying to handle that in the best way possible. As again, the 3-3 upgrades, Cloaking, Ghosts, Marauders, Liberators, Tanks, and Widow Mines all producing. The CCs are coming up as well. The Ultras are going to get on top of the CC here already. Tower goes down, the bunker falls, the depots take some more shots. You can see the 3-3 upgrades going through. Again, Lings and an Ultra coming up. The Bane coming up as well. +1 flyer attack is coming in. We're going to get rid of this hatchery on the top left-hand side. So OLIVEIRA win there. Still having issues with bases, I guess, because he has not allowed a 5th base so far. And that is going to be something he needs to figure out at some point of this. Those Widow Mines go pretty nicely for him. They all do end up dying, but good to get a few of them picked up. +3 attack about to finish. Just going to have ourselves the creep tumors being cleaned up once again. Still got the drilling claws coming through. Liberator siege tank Marauder producing as well. A couple more Widow Mines are coming about. Lings do get there. A few more SCVs getting picked apart. There's the bio army just knocking down the hatch as well. Just going to take that out as we go. Again, having ourselves the Lings being chased away back up to the top for the moment. Ultra Bane moving forward as well. The Roger Ravager also producing just for now. And a drilling claws coming about. +3 armor on the way. Going to see the siege tank in the front going down is now going to have to siege up the rest of these tanks, and we are going to have the Marauders continuing through as well. The Corruptors will sit there. Widowmine goes off on the Overseers. A lot of snipes coming down. Oliveira's supply is struggling, mostly in terms of workers. The kind of supply you can bounce back on. He really just needs to establish the 5th base, and I think we're still very much so in this, still feeling pretty decent for the most part right now. Tank will just siege up. We're just going to be seeing the extra ghosts and the siege tanks coming through as well. Mine's going off. Once again, it's the SCV count that keeps on going down here for Oliveira, so SCV is the problem. His army supply is good, but you need to have the economy because you need to rebuild on the back of some of these Zerg attacks, right? You're going to trade well, but that doesn't mean you can go without rebuilding at all. Vikings will shoot. A couple Overseas taking shots. Good snipes coming up across the Corruptors. Corruptors end up taking a lot of damage right there. Big hits. Again, the +2 vehicle weapons coming through. The concussor shells is on the way. Neosteel plating is building. Still got tank liberator mine all building up as well. Obviously maxed out here on ley lines. Big map, a lot of bases available. Solo will have economy for quite a long time as the Lings move down to the south. Tank is good, hits the Ultra. Ling Bane gathers up as well. Keep on moving with this. The bio going to step forward. A couple of Lings go down too. Bio steps up, and now a couple of creep teamers are going to get knocked down. More shots coming up one more time. Bands is going to roll in towards that mineral line. A few more SCVs will get blasted. So we've seen that bio still whacking through. A few drones taking damage. Just going to be seeing the few Lings coming back around. Will unload. Marauder's going to pop through. Our tanks still coming up. Our Marine Marauder medevac coming in. Widowmine's building. As our Lings will continue to run forward a little bit. A couple more snipes lining up. The tank's firing as well nicely so far. The Banes are going to morph. Oliveira in a big position in the middle of the map, but he needs to hold this. Down a little bit of supply already. Again, it's mostly the worker supply he's down on. He's getting a lot of splash damage off. Fire pushing through, the Ghost still stepping up. We are going to see this hatchery taking some more hits, so Hatch taking a bit more damage. Crypt Tumor's still going down as well. Those 3 vehicle weapons coming through. The Marine Marauder coming up. The Widow Mines and Planetary Fortresses are on the way. Ling Bane continues to the left-hand side. Gonna go straight into that planetary as the Banes gonna crash through. A lot of SCVs going down. I mean, that's what Solo needs, right? Keep the Terran off of these bases and you're gonna have a good time eventually. Terran will run out of money. A couple of Widow Mines. Could have been big if those drones kept moving towards the mines. That could have been massive. Obviously doesn't happen. Good reaction from Solo, recognizing what was up. There's not a lot of units, but they're gonna kill the base, it seems. I mean, the map is getting very drawn out at this point, so I guess it's not too surprising to see bases actually ending up dropping down. More drones moving over. As our Ling Bane Ultra keeps moving about, the tank's still firing. And +3 vehicle weapons coming up. Just going to see the rest of the bio stepping up a little bit. Just going to see a CC morphing into an orbital in the front. There's going to be a couple of shots coming about. Ling Bane coming through. Army keeps pressing forwards. Good snipes on the Ultras. I mean, that's the sort of efficiency you can find as a Terran. Comes about once again. It's going to be some Lings coming around, a few drones transferring over. Ultra Ling Bane continuing to come up. Marine Marauder tank on the way out. Oliveira still hanging on in there, keeping those bases up. I love how much some of these Widow Mines have done. That one just goes for a bunch of kills as well. Those still moving about, bio gathering through. Ultra Infesta, Ling Bane all coming about, tank Marauders coming up as well. Continuing with all of this. It's going to be seeing the Ling Ultra getting down to the bottom side. We'll be having our bio coming around. Going to be seeing that Ultra's just going to dive in. While our tank goes down, the Ling's going to wrap. Just going to be seeing the Ghosts going to go for the Ultras. The rest of the Ling's coming through as well. Things coming about again. The Infest is coming through. The Ultras will set up as well. I am moving again. Ghost in the center. Just going to be seeing the Corruptilings coming about. Ling Bane, Ultra Infesta coming around as Fungal does land onto the Marauders. Seven Broods coming about, a couple of Banes coming up. It's going to have ourselves the Ultra stepping in as well. Extra Lings coming around, the extra Banes coming up. Just going to see a couple Marines continue to fire. 10 drones going down already. Can you move about? Ghost on the way in. The Brood's going to clean up a little bit further. Going to fire up. Broods are stepping in. I mean, Oliveira's supply clearly is not really there anymore. It just looks as though Sola's got this game 2 in the bag. Take us to a game 3 of the series. This group finally getting a bit of a longer game. We've not really had like a 20+ minute there. And Sola in the end is able to kind of brute force his way through this one as we step into this base. The attempt to repair on the planetary, but there's obviously Bane's approaching. The Infestors are zoning the Ghost with some good fungals as well. That base will go down. Oliveira says that is my last stand. And Sola from Falcons is going to tie this up 1-1. And we are going to go to a game 3 of the series. So a third map, a deciding map coming in just a few moments as we get this one ready to rumble. Let's go into this. Let's get this started up. The map is going to be on Snowpiercer. It's definitely been an interesting one. 1 Terrans of Light. Let's see how it goes in TVZ right now as we set this up. Waiting for Oliveira to join us here. We'll get this one underway. Waiting for Oliveira to come around. Looks like he maybe missed the lobby link initially, so I'll just throw that invite out. Try and get this game on Snowpiercer coming up. So 1-1 tied up here between Sola and Oliveira. Waiting for Oliveira to give us a ready. Alright, let's hop into this. Let's get this going. That's what you have in the bottom left-hand side. Our blue Terran player. This is going to be Oliveira. In the top right, our red Zerg is going to be Sola. Pull goes down, a couple drones coming up. Rax is going to be on the way. Make it a gas as well. Got ourselves settled into game number 1 of this best of 3. Sorry, game number 3 of this best of 3 as I set the scoreboard. One of those moments where your brain just fails you and goes to autopilot in a big way. Cracks coming in. SCV in production. Hatch, gas, and pool coming through. I think I'm just going to get that drone on the way up. Extractor will get set up. Just going to have ourselves again the Queen, the Lings, and Overlord continue coming through. And the gas coming in for the moment as we get ourselves settled. And those feelings will go across the map. Let's see what they can do as they journey out to the other side. Look to deal some damage. Feeling's gonna get up here. A couple of SCVs start to take some shots. We've seen SCVs fighting back a little bit. A couple of Lings gonna get jumped on. It's gonna be seeing the Ling speed, the Queens, the drones all producing through. Drop the command center onto the high ground as well. It's gonna be triple CC coming up from Oliveira. So deals with those Lings initially. Losses are pretty much only the Zerglings. Nothing lost on the side of the Terrans. A pretty good start for Oliveira. All said and done. We'll now have the third hatchery blocked and delayed for a little while. So good micro, good control from Oliveira. Does a great job of holding on here initially. Big plus on that one. I see a grenade dropping. Going to push the Queen back a little further as well. So that Queen gets shoved away. The drone going to go the other direction. Just gonna see how Roach Run continuing through the Ling speed coming up. And a couple Queens just keep moving around. Just gonna see the Hellions and the Reaper gonna get there. The Queen's gonna take a few more shots. A little grenade goes down. Queens get bopped. SCVs, Hellions, Liberator, all producing through. The orbital command coming up. 7 Roaches on the way from Solar as he gets himself some defense ready. Or is that more than defense? He's making Lings along with it. It definitely seems like this might be more of a get the hell across the map and deal some damage scenario from our Zerg here in this game number 3. Played a long game too. Try to open aggressively here for the Lings as well. It didn't go that well. Not sure if I love the Roach Ling attack after the start was so rough as the Hellions. We'll see the Queens again. The Lings are running by already. We have nothing right now on the map. The Liberator is coming across the map too. The Hellions will see the Roaches. Oliveira now knows Engineering Bay is to wall. That's a great start because those Lings are about to cause issues. They might still cause issues. Engineering Bay will hold up for a little bit, but not forever. We're going to build another depot. That's going to not do, I guess it walls the bottom side. The Hellions are going to get back, so they can actually deal with the Lings. Okay, it bought enough time. We actually did buy enough time here, whereas the depot is going to say, do not let those Lings in. Now those Lings kind of get gifted a little bit. The Liberator Siege is back at home as well, and the Ravagers are not here, so the Liberator will live for the moment. That Lib should be looking to dodge away from future Ravager shots. There is a bunker now up and running. We'll obviously lose depots, but this has been pretty well handled so far by Oliveira. Some cool SimCitying to save the day a little bit. Roach Ravager steps up right now. The bunker will be repaired. SCVs are going to eat some of those corrosive vials. The bunker is actually not fully surrounded, so the damage output on it is going to be good enough, especially with this set of vials. No! Somehow the bunker is still alive! How has it not died? Finally it will fall! There is another bunker up, but there's no units to go in it. There's a bunker on the right. Okay, the Marines are there. They will get in it. Liberator is still sitting from afar and just doing what it can. Now it's going to get biled down. We did not move it in time for the first shot, but we did for the second. But it's going to get rebiled as the new Ravager shots come in. Finally, this Liberator should go down. Siege tank is now finally up, but do we have enough to stop the Lings from blasting through? We do not. Solar is going to take it. An exciting bust here in the final game of this series as Solar will take the 2-1. That was a very exciting bust. That felt as though it could have gone any which way, actually, for a little bit. But just not quite enough there for Oliveira. He did a great job buying time and giving himself a chance for a little while. That's pretty much as far as we got, unfortunately, and that is going to be GG's. To round out our first half of the day, Solar will end 3-1. That's a great position for Solar. He's very likely to move out of the group at 3-1. I don't think anyone's failed to advance on 3-1 before. I think that is impossible, so I think Solar will be making playoffs. The question is how easily. Will he make those playoffs, and will he finish in first place or not? Byun obviously 1-0 right now, well positioned to maybe dethrone Solar. Trap could still do so with Oliveira and Byun left to play. Classic at 0-2 can't overtake Solar. And Oliveira would be unlikely, because even if Oliveira run out from here, Solar has the head-to-head advantage over Oliveira as well. So Byun really is the best contender to knock Solar out of a first place position, as we will go into Byun versus Oliveira up next. So I'm going to go into the second half of matches now, guys. Byun Oliveira, Trap Oliveira, Classic Oliveira to start us off. Then Byun versus Classic and Byun versus Trap. That's going to be the way of things. So we're going to get that TVT ready to go. Let me get that set for you guys. My StarCraft 2 stops crashing would be very useful. Alrighty. Let's start off with the Byun Oliveira TVT thing, guys. Get this set up. Give me a moment to host up. Oops. Do I think there'll be another iteration of the PTR? No, I don't think there's any chance they're going to change the PTR again. I think the changes will just go through as they are. Be very surprised if it was any different to that. Alright, 7 people. That's exactly what we need. Let's kick this off. Countdown is on. So we got this going on Amygdala. In the top right side, we are going to have the blue Terran. It is going to be Byun. In the bottom left, our red Terran is Oliveira. Game number 1 of the best of 3. We get this up and running. Rax goes down. Rax on the other side. Couple gases coming up. Get going into game number 1 of this best of 3 right here. Like I say, Byun 1-0, Oliveira 0-1. So actually a pretty big match in the group for these two, just to kind of define where this group is going. Because if Oliveira loses this, we have a quite clear kind of bottom of the group currently. If Byun wins, he would be quite clearly on pace to maybe end up at the top. So yeah, we'll see what happens as the SCV goes across to the upper right-hand side to try and see what is up, happening, and all of the good stuff in these early stages. SCV just going. CC on the way already from Byun. It's going to be Oliveira to be the aggressor early on. Again, Reaper coming around, factory, CC coming in, SCV building. I get the CC continue to come by, the refinery still building up. And a couple of Reapers will begin to make their way out into the center. For the moment, again, got the Hellion on the way, the Marine is producing, Starport coming out as well for the moment. Well, of course we got the, again, couple of Reapers going to pop in over here, so they're going to be able to jump up and try and see what they can do. Alien comes up that left-hand side, starport coming by, just going to be seeing our Marines and our Siege Tank coming up as well. Aliens and the Reaper together, just going to push in toward the natural, so in we go. Orbital will take a few shots. Did I hear rumors, sorry, or is it my best bet? Sorry, I don't hear any rumors, mate. Like, I'm so uninvolved with anything that actually happens in StarCraft. Nobody involves me in anything, so... Yeah, no, it's just my bet. I think it's just logically speaking. I mean, maybe if there was something glaringly outrageous on the PTR right now, it would just change that before it went live. I don't think there's anything to basically step back on, so... SCV's coming around. We still got our Cyclones coming up. Couple of Marines on the way across the board at the moment. Kind of getting towards the upper right corner. See, Byun just going to waltz into the natural. Meanwhile, the drop comes in from OLIVEIRA, so he's going to drop. Byun's going to walk in. We're going to see some big aggression at the start of this game. Damage going to be done. Well, Reapers shooting away. The SCV's trying to pull back in. Marines and the Reaper there going to fight back, and the SCVs continue to drop. Alien will go down. The Siege Tank will continue to hit. A few of those Marines and the Cyclone continue to go down as well. Marines get rid of that depot. Another order turret going to go down in the corners. The Reapers continue to run away. 13 SCVs killed on both sides. The SCVs are just going to pull here from Byun to try and deal with this, but that is annoying. 14 workers now dead. OLIVEIRA down by about 4 workers overall here. As things will settle on Amygdala, we will retake the natural. Byun has the 6-worker lead. Slight army supply advantage to OLIVEIRA, but can he get across the map and make use of the army supply advantage, or is it just not going to matter? That is going to be one of our big questions here at the moment. That goes down. The rest of the tank, Marine, etc. continues through. Ravens overhead. SCV just going to repair up that Cyclone for a few more moments. We do have our interference matrices on the way. A couple of additional Marines are popping out. SCV continuing to repair the Cyclone here just for a little bit. Again, the interference matrix moving through. They're going to drop the Raven down and hit the SCVs a little bit as well. The Marine will go down also. Still got the Raven coming up on both sides. We've got the interference matrix in production. Just have ourselves the tanks and the barracks all coming about, getting settled. Now, Marine's going to move to the front. Again, Siege Tank with Cyclone gathers in. A few Marines are going to pop out of this reactor, so just going to get that out as well. Interference Matrix will finish in a moment from Byun, so he's going to get the Ravens on the way. See, already a bit of harassing Raven energy over here. We've actually got 4 Ravens on the map from Byun. It's a lot of energy. As Vikings producing from OLIVEIRA, so he'll try and take some sky control. He is pushing. He's down 10 workers. It would be definitely on OLIVEIRA to kind of do something here to kind of retake a position in this game a little bit and get back on track. Definitely isn't looking too hot right now, as we will at least siege up this first refinery. Of course, the Ravens are huge for breaking in, but you got Raven versus Raven. I think OLIVEIRA has slightly more Raven energy right off the bat, but still going to be difficult to push in and use those effectively as Byun I like he's not sieging up the tanks. He's just kind of leaving them there, because if you leave them siege, then obviously they get Matrix, they can't pull back. Leave them unsiege, you can just siege them up as required, wherever you feel the best position to be in is. So both players will have their third base coming online. It's not going to be like Oliveira's denying Byun from getting to the third, so that looks pretty reasonable, as the tanks do have to take a step back for a couple of moments. Tanks will siege. Your scan comes down again. Marine tank can continue to set up. Viking Raven going to come in as well. Matrixes go down. Byun actually the one pressing forward aggressively, using some autotoes to try and cover. He does have a lot of Marines. I think that advantage that Byun has had is obviously just something that's really going to become clear, very clear right there, as Byun takes game number 1 of the TVT. Good start for our player, who maybe has the best chance still of winning this group instead of solo. Obviously, it's a long way to go, but definitely something to think on. For some invites out. A couple of moments, guys. Head straight into game 2. Going to be Whispers of Gold for the second map, so we'll get this up and running immediately as we continue our way through the StarCraft action today. Group B of this WardiTV November event. Tomorrow, Group C, we're going to have Shin, Rex, MaxPax, DNS, and Gumiho entering the arena. And then Group D on Thursday, we're going to see Spirit, Cure, Showtime, Halston, and Lambo taking each other on. It's going to be a couple of good groups. Where is Cyril? Cyril doesn't really play in our tournaments, so probably just practicing away, waiting for Home Story Cup. I think he's confirmed for Home Story Cup, so he will be in Home Story Cup in a week or so. We might even cast some of the Home Story Cup replays when we get back, just to fill a day or so. Some of the best games could be cool, get some content. Home Story Cup stuff is very good for our YouTube, because it doesn't get they don't put it on YouTube themselves, so it's like very good for us to cast some of the games I don't cast while I'm there. As in the bottom right, our blue Terran player. This is going to be the Shopify Rebellion's Byun, taking on the red Terran in the top left corner of the map here. Whispers of Gold. This is Oliveira. Thanks for streaming. Absolutely no worries. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. Get going on Whispers of Gold and see what we get up to here for map number 2. See if Oliveira can bounce back. Played a great series against Solar. See if you can find some magic here against Byun. As we move on through this. Get this going. SCV comes down to the bottom right. It's going to be obviously going to scout initially. SCV moves up, the Reaper comes around. Just going to be seeing a little bit of poking about, as you obviously see the SCV getting into the main base for a little bit. Factory coming through, just gonna get our Reapers coming about, get this all settled in. And we just have ourselves the factories coming through. I mean, CC's already down the low ground from Byun, so gonna be the first to expand here. Kinda happened last game, right? Byun expanded more quickly, and then from that faster expansion, they both ended up trading workers. Well, that obviously benefited Byun in a big way. Having more workers initially definitely helped him out. That's the factory about to finish on the side of Byun. Command center building from Oliveira. Reaper popping through, the Hellion coming up, and the reactor building on the barracks. So all of that coming by for the moment, getting that all settled in here for the moment. See the Reaper getting back down to the bottom. Away we go. CC is about to finish. So we got that comes finished up. A couple of Reapers going to get there. The SCV is going to go down. And again, just going to be seeing the Reapers going to trade with each other. We are going to get a kill. That is a good grenade as well. That's going to allow you to get to the high ground. Oh, Oliveira with the Reaper getaway. No! Ah! God damn it. That was so sick until he didn't keep running. Oh, I mean, not the end of the world. Just it was very cool. He actually got away with it, and then it just went wrong at the very end. Very sad. Reaper and the Hellion continue to poke their way through this orbital command here. Medevac, Cyclone, and Marines all producing. Medevac, Siege Tank, and Marines building from Oliveira. We do have the orbital command continuing up as well. So all of that's still coming through for the moment. As our units just take a step onto the edge of the base, you just see the Medevac loading up, gonna start boosting out. Coming straight across as again the Cyclone coming through, and a couple of Marines will continue up as well. Siege Tank is going to do some sieging. As the Hellion gets there, the SCV will be taking some shots. The Cyclone will get there to pick off the Hellion. That will go down, and our Marines trying to unload in the corner. Siege Tank already providing some decent coverage against the Marines there. Again, the Raven is coming up. The SCVs are coming through. And the Raven continues up as well. Another SCV coming about. Marines going to run out to the corner. SCVs will keep building as the Cyclone tries to trade with the Hellion and the Marines currently. Raven Siege Tank Interference Matrix continue to come through as I see a couple of SCVs continue to come about, the command center coming in. Medevac goes boosting over to that far right hand side, so Tank and a few Marines will make their way right across. And the Interference Matrix is over halfway done. The Raven production continues. Oliveira gets into this main. SCVs have to pull. That's dangerous. SCVs are low. They're going to take a second shot. That's 8 workers. 9, 10 already going down. Tank will get a couple of Marines as well. We saved some Marines even. And Oliveira has a great start. I'm not sure if Byun has anything in position to really come across and really show us a similar amount of damage. This we'll find out in a moment. Motor drops in, a couple of SCVs will get picked away at, so some damage being done. It's 2 SCVs going down. The Raven's still about halfway done here. Poncho drops down, a couple of SCVs will take some shots. Tank barracks continue to come through. The orbital command coming up as well. See those SCVs coming in as well right now to continue to sell. Medevac goes boosting, a few Marines inside. The Vikings getting up to the corner, going to clean up this Raven of Byun. He will get one more auto turret down just to annoy the SCVs on the engineering bay build. So it's going to be a slight annoyance there. Hellion poking away on the orbital. The Marines get there to clean up the Hellion as well. It's just a little bit further damage being done on that one. For a little bit. Our orbital still coming through. The SCV's building. Continue to see what else might happen as the Vikings build. The siege tank continues up. Ourselves the attempted drop from Byun actually goes for 7 SCVs, but he's going to have to also deal with the attack on the other side, which is already approaching. So these units already kind of stepping forward. Definitely a factor. Well, the Cyclone gets picked off. The Ravens are still moving through. Just going to have ourselves the couple of tanks getting matrixed immediately here. We get there. A lot of SCVs continue to go down. There's a lot of damage dealt, and I do think that this is going to be good enough to take us to Game 3. So the TVT is going to go the distance as well. And a lot of Game 3s in this group, which, to be fair, I think we really did kind of expect. Like I said, at some point, this was a group which really is very close, very, full of great players. Seeing a lot of these matches go to a third game, it's definitely not too surprised. And Oliveira going to fight back and not make this simple for Byun, as the Marines will continue to get eaten up by the Cyclone. Cyclone will get through a few more of those. A couple tank shots firing away. The medevac is going to come drop forwards. Those Marines will land, and Oliveira is going to take game number 2. As we were just talking about. So game 2 goes the way of Oliveira. We'll head into a third map here in just a couple of moments. That will be on Ultra Love, apparently. Perfect. Let's get that hosted in. Click, click over there. Click, click over here. Click, click, click. We read ourselves into this next one. Ultra Love to decide the TVT. Series number 6 on the day for us. We got a string of TVPs coming up for you guys, but next, by the way, we obviously got Oliveira and Byun to take on Classic and Trap. They both have to play those players, so it's going to be a lot of TVP to round out the day as well. So that is all coming up. After this Terran versus Terran, we fight our way through this mirror matchup. We get some great TVPs on the other side of it. We're going to start with the Oliveira TVPs. We're going to move into the Byun TVPs. See where we are at the end of it all. Very exciting. In the top right, evening up the series is going to be the blue Terran player. Only non-Korean of the group from China. It is Oliveira. Battle here between two former world champions of StarCraft 2. As in the bottom left, our red Terran. It's Byun. 2016 versus the 2022 champion. I guess 2023 champion, sorry. 2022 into 2023, right? Well, a couple of glasses coming up from Oliveira. Settle ourselves into this third game and see if anyone's going to be the faster expander. It is once again a 1 gas from Byun and a double gas from Oliveira, so we'll see how that goes. Let's see if he comes moving through. Again, Reaper's on the way up. Orbital Command's coming online. So we got SCV pulling back out to the center of the map. Interesting that all 3 games it's kind of being Byun the faster expander while Oliveira will play the double gas. Usually in TVT it mixes up a little bit more, like both players almost take it in turns to kind of mix up their builds. What do the small red arrows between mineral and gas count denote? That's who is mining more. I think each arrow, so there can be up to 3 arrows on each of the minerals and then 3 arrows on the gas. It means about a 250 resource difference. So right now the income is even within 250 of each other, so there's no arrows. If that is to change, the arrows will point one way or the other. But yeah. See that it kind of points in Byun's direction a little bit, just because probably the timing of a mule or so. Obviously gets his second base up as well, so it's probably going to point to Byun's favor for a little bit here and there. So, I actually saw Indy had a version of the overlay with the straight up just kind of mineral and gas income written. I actually would kind of like to get that version of the overlay because I think that's so much better. I always thought these arrows were kind of silly. Having income numbers would be so much nicer. Cyclone and a Banshee from Oliveira, all the harassing units here early. So he steps a little bit too far forward there. The Hellion will go for the Reaper. Obviously we'll be able to step back up the ramp, and the opposing Hellion maybe could have got it, probably would have gone down at the same time, so I don't hate the choice to back away and move back in a different direction. Still got the medevac boosting out onto the map, so away they go. A little bit of a journey. Back moving around. We've seen the medevac coming through, a couple Ravens coming in. We've seen the Marines, the Cyclone going to be there. Banshee getting turned away. Raven and the Interference Matrix coming through. And in fact, boost up into the center. A few SCVs down. We'll see what this aggression can maybe bring us here as we get moving. Again, Raven's coming back around. He's going to be seeing the Interference Matrix coming up. Again, Marines in the tank coming up. Extra barracks coming through. Cyclones will come to the defense as Byun's dropping the main base. Has the medevacs, you got a bit of micro potential, but just a bit too much firepower. You can micro all you like, you'll not outpower the two Cyclones there. And Oliveira will deflect. And we actually have an early game that's not going to be full of conflict and death and SCV losses. Actually going to be a little bit chill for a few moments, which is obviously very unlike the rest of this series so far. A couple Ravens move back and forth. The starport drops down the reactor. Engineering bays will come up. Again, reactors and the Vikings coming through as well. We've seen the Vikings going to get there. Medevac taking a few shots. It's going to go down. Byun is going to get the Marines still in this mineral line, though. Can just target SCVs. I think that's probably the best thing to get here, right? A few workers. It's a lot of damage onto a couple of Vikings, which is maybe... Yeah, it could have maybe been a little bit better. The 1-1 upgrade still coming through. The stim packets building. Vikings, Marines, and Siege Tank all coming up as well. Continue to bring that about for now. As we continue to get settled in, the 1-1 upgrades coming around, the Ravens are producing, Marines going to get back onto that orbital. Big push from Oliveira to the bottom left. Obviously this is a Game now where Byun is going to have to play with no stim as Oliveira encroaches onto the bottom side of the map. Oliveira with that supply lead, work account in his favor. Byun starts up stim pack again now, but Oliveira is going to back it up. He's not going to stick around. Happy to have his own third base mining while Byun's isn't. I feel like Byun could have maybe been in some trouble there, but Oliveira going to kind of just bail him out. Pull order turrets to be an annoyance. That harassment continues from the Ravens. Trying to do as much as they possibly can here as the Ravens move into the main base as well, and a few more SCVs will continue to drop and flop. Marines tank stepping up. We're just going to be seeing the the siege tank going down there. The Sense Tower goes down. As these Marines continue to step through, the Ravens are going to be there. A couple more tanks in return. And hey, Byun getting in a good position, but he is going to get Matrix. He only unsieges one of his tanks. The other two will be left in the dust. And the dust, unfortunately, is being attacked into by Oliveira, so those tanks will die. And at this stage, Byun is going to be sitting with... It's funny, he's got the 1-1 upgrade. He's about to have a bio advantage because he's about to have Stim and Combat Shield back on track. So he's actually going to have a better army here. Oliveira also never started Combat Shield, which is kind of funky. He's building an armory. Did Oliveira just forget to start 1-1? It almost feels like he's setting up to go 2-2, but he actually just never started 1-1. I feel like he just got a bit lost here. Marines and tanks coming in from the bottom side. Going to clean up a little bit of a weird one as Byun's out on the map. He intercepts some reinforcements, but he is obviously going to get jumped on as well. Vikings are landing to help Oliveira speed through this fight, but he's going to lose pretty much all those Vikings. Good medevac lift is going to save some of them. I think Oliveira has just completely forgotten to start 1-1. I think he just assumes it's on the way on the engineering base. Well, that's a fascinating mistake, plain and simple, as the Marines step through. We're going to see a couple of the tanks going down. Medevac falls. Marines will continue forward as well. Those SCVs will step into the rest of these Marines. That is 24 dead workers. Holy goodness, that is a lot of SCVs going down. As the Orbital Command will take some additional shots right there. And that will fall as well. Byun doing some serious damage. A lot of workers killed. Army supply is still very similar in this game, so that part of this is going to be very much so equalized. Marines and the tanks continue to come through. 1-1 coming up, and Ravens will step forward as well. Byun surviving the stim denial and getting back into this game. Damn. I say just the Ravens still going as well. I think this one is done and dusted. Okay, Oliveira has a bit of army supply to work with here, but Byun knows he killed so many SCVs, he can commit SCVs into the defense. And that means he's going to win this one-side lead, considering the upgrades too. Yeah. GG. There was a chance for Oliveira, but Byun responded perfectly to say, no, there's not. Alright guys, coming out of the TVT, we're going to be heading into, like I say, a whole string of TVPs, starting off with Oliveira versus Trap and Oliveira versus Classic. So that's going to be coming up. We'll get into that in a moment. I'm just going to take a quick break here, actually, just for a couple of minutes. We'll come back for more StarCraft 2 in a moment. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. BRB. Alright guys, welcome back. Thank you for a moment or two of patience as we dive into Amygdala for Trap versus Oliveira. Oliveira 0-2 in the group. Definitely a turning point for him right now. Kind of a must-win. Stola 3-1, Byun 2-0. Trap, if Oliveira loses this, he's out. Sometimes like 1 and 3 can make it through a group, but if Trap wins, Oliveira would be 0-3, and there's 3 players at 2 match wins. So this is a must-win for Oliveira if he wants to advance out of this group. In the top right, our blue Terran player, it is Oliveira. The bottom left, our red Protoss, it is Trap. Game number 1. Of this beautiful best of 3 series here on Amygdala. Trap. This is still not a Reaper wall-off position. This is a Reaper jump. This is a Reaper jump. This is a Reaper jump. This is not the Reaper jump up spot. How is he still doing this? You know what it is? He keeps walling off the non-Reaper jump up spots, and I bet he sits there thinking, man, these Reapers just cannot get into my base on those wall-offs. My walls are so good. It's like, well, yeah, they absolutely are not getting past your wall, but it is not because of your wall-off. It's getting to the stage I almost want to believe he's doing it for some other purpose. I just don't know what that purpose is. I mean, this does nothing but kind of expose your structures, but this is definitely the second time he's done this on Amygdala now. Yeah. Trap's determined to provide Wardy with good YouTube shorts. I don't even know if that's a good YouTube short. People like just seeing silly Protoss players make silly moves. Trap's not really a silly Protoss player is the problem. So now Reaper moving around a little bit as we step about, see what's going on, see what's happening. So I'm doing a similar thing in another game. Yeah, that's why we are making such a thing of it. Like, it happens, but this is like the 3rd time we've seen it happen at the very least. The real question is why we have a map with 3 Reaper cliffs to the main. Good question. I actually don't hate this one, given the Reaper jump in the natural. Maybe you could only have one of these over here, but... Oracle on the way, Warp Gate building, medevac and a couple Marines coming through. The Reaper is going to move about. Scarlet once forgot that Terran buildings can float. It wasn't Scarlet that forgot, it was Maru that forgot. Maru forgot to float his buildings to create a draw. Right, on King's Cove. Could have just lifted up the building. That game will forever live in my mind. Never again will there be a game of StarCraft 2 where production forgets to go to the game for 25 minutes. We join the game on the official stream 25 minutes in. And that wasn't even the biggest talking point of the game. In fact, everyone forgot that part. Literally everyone forgot that part. That was a hell of a shutdown, by the way. 3 mines dead, and the only probe lost is the one that's scouring. That is a hell of a defense. Holy. That was beautiful. What was the story? I mean, literally our production didn't realize the game had started. So they didn't take us, they didn't tell us we were live. Well, we just were told that we were waiting for the game to start, but the production was watching the wrong feed or something. And then eventually, after like 20 minutes, me and Roddy are sitting there on our phones and stuff, and then I'm like moving about, and I like check Twitch or something, and I see that the German stream is in game, and I'm like, yo, they're in game. Then our production's like, okay, you're live in 3, 2, 1. We're like, hey guys, we're 25 minutes into the game one of the third place match here at WSG. Well, fortunately, it's King's Cove, and it looks like nothing happened apart from waiting to the 25-minute mark, Roddy. And Roddy's like, oh, yeah, that's funny. I mean, how do you talk yourself out of that one? You don't. But then, obviously, the game went on, and it became a surefire draw that Maru then forgot to lift his buildings up for, so... And then, there was a big controversy whether Maru knew he could lift up his buildings or not, or whether Maru just thought it was a distasteful way to win by lifting up the buildings. There was a lot of... Because obviously, like, the Maru lovers were just absolutely resilient to the idea that Maru could have potentially made a mistake. And then Maru in the interview is just like, yeah, I kind of forgot I could have just lifted my buildings to draw the game, lol. He's like, my bad. And there was so much controversy on all StarCraft and stuff. All like, Maru could never do that. He clearly just thinks lifting your buildings to win is very lame. Like, Maru's just not that kind of play. He'd rather take the loss like a real Terran. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure he forgot. And then in the interview, Maru's like, yeah, I kind of forgot. And then all the people on Reddit were like, yeah, of course he'd say he just forgot. Clearly he didn't actually just forget, though. He clearly is making a statement. It's like, guys, really shut up, God. Maru fanboys are some of the worst, I'm not gonna lie. Sorry Maru fanboys, but sometimes you have a few bad ones that make being a Maru fanboy a bad look, you know. Bio tank coming out onto the map. You see a few Marines gonna unload in the corner. Probe gonna get pushed away. Couple of Stalkers gonna get picked up as Oliveira making a little bit of a push down here. The proxy gate going to be found and shut down is obviously huge. Gonna see a few Stalkers are gonna get there and pick off a couple of the Marines. So 2 Marines go down. I mean, getting some value out of that gateway falling. Gonna be able to blink away from that as well. Did you just hear some autosis in Wardy's voice? It was not an autosis voice at all. But yeah, it was really funny one to kind of look back on. I just loved it when the interview was literally just like, I was like, yeah, I just completely forgot I could lift my buildings to force a draw. He's like, ha, isn't that funny? Everyone's like reading super deep into it and stuff and like over-analyzing it. It's like, yo, dude just made a mistake. Tank Stalker Zealot fight is going to break out. The Zealots get very far forward very quickly. Going to jump onto some of the tanks there. The Widowmine does not do much. The splash minimized. Too much bio for Trap to really continue forward, though. I think this is going to have to be a step back and a pull away. The bio continue to come through. And it's just going to be seeing the units getting back over to that left-hand side. Storming +2 on the way up here from Trap as well. We do have a couple of mules are coming down. I mean, Oliveira definitely with a bit of momentum. His army looking good, but you gotta respect the Storm, right? Storm is an extremely powerful ability, and as we get to that here, Trap's composition is going to start looking a whole lot better. And this game is anything but decided as the bio will come through, take out that Zealot. The Marine gets back onto the Watchtower for a few moments at least. Again, +2 attack and Storm both on the way. The High Templars are building up. Gateways and the Robo facility are coming out. The Nexus halfway done as well. Bio chasing, a couple of Zealots going down. The +2 attack is coming up. As that extra gates and the Robo coming about. Nexus is about to finish. Bio will get that. As the rest of the units coming around, there is going to be some bio over in the corner. A couple of probes going down. Rest of the bio coming through. Zealot's going to be eaten up as the Widowmine gets there. Another Zealot going down as well. Just going to be seeing the Robo. The bio going to continue onto the Nexus. The Zealots will jump through. We do see the Stalkers there to push the Medivacs back. Another Widowmine. It's going to get cleaned up. The Stalkers blink. A few more Widowmines getting grabbed. Oh, medevacs get picked off. Another medevac gets taken down. Oliveira. We'll lose so many medevacs there. I mean, those are some nice picks on the side of Trap. Let's continue to settle. More mines continue through. Viking Marine Marauder coming up, and medevac's going to unload back on the top side once again. There's going to be a push over there. The fourth phase is going to be established. Isn't going to get intercepted, by the way, so the Viking's going to be able to shoot at that. Will not get the kill. That should just teleport away in time. Good recall. Quick recall necessary to save it, and that is going to help you in a big way. The Bio Ghost Army continue to gather up. And as Trap sets up over on the far right side, +1 armor coming through. The Robo Facility, Robo Bay. Stalkers and Prism coming by. The couple of Widow Mines. Not going to go off there just yet. Hallucination is going to pop up instead as the SCVs and Mules get active on the top side. Just this Bio gathering together. A couple of Vikings and the Ghosts continue to move through. Journeying across the fort at the moment. Just going to be seeing the +1 armor upgrade coming about. There is the Prison coming around the top as well. That's a nice easy pickup. There goes the Prism. That didn't last very long at all. Yo, Harston with the raid. What's up, everybody? Welcome. Thanks for joining us here. We are in a mix of PvT at the moment, or a string of PvT. Oliveira is 0-2 in this group. Trap is 1-1, I believe. And it's a great group. We still have Oliveira, Trap, Oliveira versus Classic, and then Byun versus Trap, and Byun versus Classic to go. So welcome, everyone. Good to see you as that Bioforce comes around the left-hand side. A little scan comes down. Cannon finishing up. Storm coming in. Just going to be seeing the EMPs going down as well. Another Storm coming about right there. Storm get turned around once more. A bit more being done. Let's see how Stalkers continue to fight. So we've seen another couple of Storms continue through. We'll see a little bit more damage being dealt. The Protoss army dropping some good Storms. That's going to give Trap a little bit of an advantage pushing through this. And Trap might be able to keep going with this army, having a Colossus and Immortal in the back still. Going to knock through some rocks. The Zealots already keeping new reinforcements busy. Continues to step forward. A couple of Zealots going down. The SCV's moving about as well. Colossus will continue to fight. The Zealots will come from going. A couple of those Ghosts going down. The Marauder's still taking damage also. GG's. Trap is going to take game number 1 and win out this opening game against Oliveira. So Trap is going to grab the opener. See what he can do going into a second game here in a couple of moments. Going to go into Snowpiercer. Perfecto. Just take a moment to host this up, guys. Takes a moment to invite everyone in. Get that sorted and we'll be up and running. Kick this off into game number 2. Oliveira down by a map as Trap takes the lead. Like I say, if Oliveira loses this series, he's out. There's no recovery from there. And then he could actually knock Classic out if he beat Classic. They could just kind of... Oliveira's dead, then he fights Classic. If Classic loses that, Oliveira would knock Classic out as well. Kind of hoping Classic wins, that his match against Byun would have some meaning, potentially. Very hopefully, actually. It's very possible for Classic to still advance, so... Yeah, but Oliveira, it's looking grim. If he loses this, he's done for. So, yeah. Get this underway, my friends. Take a moment. Ready to rumble. Off we will go. Alright, we got everyone in here. Let's click the watch button. Get this started. And let's get this rumbling. Snowpiercer for map 2. Off this best of 3, Trap leads by 1. And away we will go. We have got in the bottom left side the blue Protoss player. This is Trap. He takes on the red Terran in the top right corner. It is OLIVEIRA. He's on the way out. Rocks and the gas coming through. We settle into this for a couple of moments. I see the probe coming back through, CC coming up, Reaper and the Command Center coming in. I see the Adept or the Warp Gate coming up as well. Nexus continuing through. It comes up and getting sold. Walker in the Warp Gate. Twilight counts are coming through. Settled in as the Reaper moves about a little bit, seeing what's up. Continues to come by. A little grenade goes down. Moving about, just gonna be seeing the Warp Gate and the Blink coming through. Settle ourselves in here. That probe obviously escaping away for the moment. Score needs updating. Thank you guys. Sorry. Carried away. Just gonna see our Marines moving about, keep on moving around a little bit. Racing out. Raven coming through, getting that set up here still. Bunker's chilling out as well. The Raven still coming through is also right now. And Helene coming about, the hallucination scouting for Trap. So you're going to see the Marine's going to get that to try and turn the Adept away, and obviously hallucination down is nice as well. Try and deny info. There's OLIVEIRA. Just going to have the Adept there. The tank and the Marines will deal with that at least. So Shank will just settle. A couple of Marines going to step into the bunker. Taking some damage. A few of those Marine shots continue to come through as well. One upgrade, +1 attack upgrade, Stimpak and combat shield still coming through. Getting a couple of Marauders and the Medevac coming by. Again, the Marine Marauder coming about. Just going to be seeing the gate still building. The Temple Archives coming up online as well. Charge is halfway through for the moment, as we do have, again, Marine, Marauder, Medevac all producing. A couple of Widow Mines coming in as well. The Observer still overhead. Just going to keep that moving over to the sides. And that charge is not far from being done. As different combat builds continue up. Marines will be there, turning the Observer around once again. And Storm charge, +1 attack coming through. The Obs is coming online. The battery coming in. A few additional pylons are coming by as well. +1 attacking concussive shells getting built. Our High Templar will start to warp in. The additional Zealots coming through also. The Storm is still producing, halfway done at the moment. Bio Army of Oliveira pushing down to the bottom, as we are going to see the little stim of Marines going to get some damage done. Again, right down the bottom here, just going to be sending a few units of trap. I feel like looking like they're going to be good enough to deal with this. Good blink, and he actually denies this Medevac. He will lose some Stalkers, but that's going to be a shutdown. If that's the only kind of, you know, hitting elsewhere that Oliveira's going to do, then this may not be enough. Whoa, that's a good set of force fields! Trap catching a bunch of units in that corner. Now that one Marauder is going to get evacuated too, but yeah, that was a great set of force fields. Trap diving in on that. Now he's got Storm as well, by the way. This Bio Army is so heavily stimmed. It is hurting, and it's hurting hard right now. And there's just going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers still blinking up. Bio will get there, pick off a Zealot. Scan comes down, just seeing the units still pushing to the front. After looking for an attack into this natural main. Stalker still moving about. Marine taking damage. Just going to be seeing the rest of the army coming up to the top side. +2 attackers on the way. Forge and the battery coming up as well. Nexus still building through. The Stalker's trying to get onto the Medevac. We'll just see the couple of Widow Mine shots are going to go out as well. The Archon will be there. The extra units warping in. Zealots are coming through. Nice Storm on the top side. Most of the army continue to get there as well. The Zealots are still getting active. Trap is just going to say GG or something. Oh, sorry, Oliveira is going to say GG or something to that effect. G/W. It's a phrase, I'm sure. Trap takes the 2-0 here to continue forwards. So Trap does essentially eliminate Oliveira from the competition. We will have Oliveira Classic up next anyways, guys. So we'll do Oliveira Classic, Byun Classic, and Byun versus Trap. That is all coming up. So yeah, we'll take a few moments. We'll come back with more StarCraft 2 in a sec. I'm just going to BRB again quickly, guys, and we'll come back. Just going to go grab a drink. I'll see you guys after this. Alrighty guys, welcome back. As we head into the bottom left side of the map with our red Protoss Player Classic. In the top right, our blue Terran. This is OLIVEIRA. Fresh best 3. Pick this off. Excited to see where we're gonna go. So, again, just to reiterate where we're at in this group, OLIVEIRA is eliminated. Obviously, when this match was played, he didn't know that. So he still has everything to fight for. So, yeah, Classic is 0-2. If he loses to OLIVEIRA, he's also eliminated. And this will become a 3-player race to the top. So, that is where we are at. That's how things look here in this game number 1 of the best of 3. 3 matches to go this evening in the WardiTV November Group B. Group C tomorrow, Group D on Thursday, playoffs on Saturday and Sunday. If we're gonna hit, finally gonna take some damage. Everybody gets back away. We do see the Twilight Council coming up, a couple probes, the Stalker and the Warp Gate all coming through. And Twilight coming online, and that will give Classic a bit of direction in these early stages. Yeah, just to answer the conversation in chat, basically, when you're typing on a Korean keyboard, if you type the Korean sound for GG, you would press WW on an English keyboard. So if your keyboard is in English, it will come out as WW, which is why sometimes Koreans say WW when they're saying GG, because the Korean alphabet is just a phonetic alphabet, so their letter that sounds like G is just in the place that a W is on an English keyboard. So all they're typing is GG, but it just comes out as WW because they're on an English keyboard. Just to clear that one up. Yeah. Just saw it. The discussion in chat had to chime in. You know when you know something, you feel like you just need a share. Practice is about to finish up. Stimpack, Tank, Marine all coming through. Forge, Nexus on the way. Blink coming in as well. Gonna be seeing the +1 attack charge on the way through. Got the Observer coming up as well. The additional gateways building from Classic currently. Next is about to finish. Again, +1 attack and charge continue to produce for the moment here. As you have, again, Stim and Combat Shield, +1 attack starting Oliveira again into all of those upgrades that make a Terran very good. Reactor will finish up on that factory as, again, we get a couple Marauders coming out. So we'll have some Marauders in this army. This is actually going to be blinking to charge immediately. So Classic is going to build up those gateway numbers, going to get a lot of gateway units out. That's going to be a major part of this game from him. Once those upgrades finish, we'll see Oliveira with the Medivacs popping too, get out on the map, and we'll see what his push can do. Like I say, against a lot of gates, don't imagine should be able to do much. There's the kind of push which, you know, if you hit against someone that's trying to tech a bit too heavily, then sure, but I don't think there's going to be too much opportunity right now, as the Medivacs are going to load up and boost across to the far left-hand side. The Bio's still moving over, the Siege Tank is on the way. See the Stalker's getting there, they're going to play a bit of cleanup as well. Fire's going to get there, Stalker's going to get grabbed. It's going to be seen I mean, honestly, pretty decent push up. Oliveira going to have a good army supply still. Does Classic get enough reinforcements to deal with this? A couple Widow Mines burrowing up in the back, but they are very much so in the back, so not shooting just yet. The tank quite far away, but you kind of got to protect your third base, right? Classic sending one Zealot forward. A couple Widow Mine shots going to go off. We are going to breach the tank at least, and that is going to force Oliveira back. Classic gets the defense in the end. Again, benefited this style, lots of gateways, so that helps. And +2 attacks, and Milan still building up. The rest of the Bio will unload from the Medivacs. Widow Mines coming across with this. Again, +2 and extended thermal lands all coming in. Colossus is about to finish. Coast Academy is halfway done. Marine Marauder still coming online. Viking going to be done fairly shortly as well. We've seen how units continue to move about. Next is on the way up, the Colossus, the Sentry, all continue to come into play currently. Keep that all going for now. Keep on building this up right here. And Bio continues to come around. Medivac coming about, Bio coming through. Just going to go stimming across this left-hand side. And you've seen our Stalker's going to go jumping across. We will have our Widow Mines fire on the Hallucination, or at least think about it. Hallucination actually cancels up in the end. Bio still stepping back, the Stalker's coming through. Grab the Medivac already. Nice little shot. Still moving about, the Medivacs as well. Let's just have our Disruptors coming up, +2 attack and +1 armor building through here. And +2 attack about to finish. Couple Disruptors still building by. Army of Classic is running toward the front. Actually going to be seeing these Stalkers able to blink forward. There's going to be a couple Medivacs going down. Okay, the Zealot's going to wrap around on the bunker. Just going to be seeing the couple of SCVs are going to get jumped on as well. Some more damage being done there. Viking's going to take this fight. But they're going to get wiped out pretty quickly, and I think Classic is going to do pretty well for this. I mean, having knocked down a bunch of SCVs already is great. If he hold positions those Zealots, he'd do more. He's kind of getting wiped in the center. Gotta be careful, especially, I mean, this Disruptor is dead. At least the Colossus is going to get away. And obviously, good hold position on the SCVs. Without that, he probably loses a whole chunk more. It's kind of enough to keep Oliveira in this, but he's definitely going to start trailing, especially as Classic is right back into 2 Colossus on the production tab. Gets those going immediately. Goes Marine Marauder coming up, the 3-2 coming in, Colossus coming out. He's going to get there. That Observer falls as well. So we got that +3/+2 on the way. Disruptor coming about, Prism on the way out. Additional probes all producing. And 2 upgrades are coming through from Oliveira as well. As Marine Marauder Viking is on its way in with a couple of Widow Mines still producing through. The army of Classic comes all the way across the right-hand side. Ready to attack into this right-hand location. The Marine Marauder going to come through, so that's going to get some damage done. See, the Disruptor Shot is going to fire in. A couple of SCVs going down as well. And the 2-2 still coming about. Just going to be seeing the Prism. Being a warp in here. Just going to be continuing on forwards. Planetary Fortress going to get jumped on as the Zealots will get there. So the Planetary goes down immediately. And Oliveira just says, game. He is out of there. Classic takes the first map as Oliveira is unfortunately on the way to 0-4. This is a tough group. You know, it's a difficult one. Just straight up and honestly, so 0-4, like I say, I wouldn't have predicted anyone to go 0-4, but it can happen, man. Like, you have a bit of a worse day than the other guys, and it's just a difficult group, right? It's not 0-4 yet, but it's obviously not looking pretty on the side of our Chinese Terran player. We'll have Oliveira seeing if he can get a map back at the very least. If Classic wins this series, he is still in the running for this group. Could obviously beat Byun to go 2-2, and that would tell us a lot about where this group might actually end up. We'll see what the score lines are at and the map scores are at after this current series. And then we can maybe tell you a little bit about what to potentially expect, what could potentially happen in terms of results and so on. So, yeah. Alright, let's get this going, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Let's dive straight into our next game. Keep the games moving here today as we enter Whispers of Gold. Alright, in the top left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be Oliveira. Obviously up against Classic in the bottom right, he does take that first map win. Tracks coming through and get ourselves settled in here for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Cybercore a bit and build. The probe is going to nibble at the SCVs for a little bit. Reaper will start. And we get underway here on Whispers of Gold. A couple of SCVs continue to nibble at the probe for a little bit. Some damage done. Let's see that probe continue across, moving over for a little bit. Probe continuing down to the bottom side. Again, Warpgate coming through, Stalker and the Nexus coming up. Get that underway initially. Let's see that probe pulling back down through the bottom side. Stargate is on the way. Again, Nexus, Stargate, continue to build up here just for a couple of moments. Going to be having our Wood Mine coming out. So that's going to pop through in just a moment. Popping, and then the depot on the way as well. Actually, you have a Phoenix now, Stalker continuing to come about. Just going to be seeing the Warp Gate still coming through. Medevac and a couple Marines coming out from Oliveira. Yeah, Mansander will finish, and yeah, and a couple batteries on the way. Probe still building. And you got a Phoenix coming through, the Warp Gate halfway done. Put a mine and a few Marines to load into the Medevac. Couple more loaded into that as well there as the Siege Tank, Marines, and Liberator continue to produce. See a couple of these Marines dropping in. The Wood Mine gets cleaned up. Phoenix get rid of the Medevac. So Medevac goes down. A Stalker in some trouble there. Reaper getting lifted up as well. Just going to see the Cyclone, the Lib, a couple more Marines coming about. The Marines going to turn back onto the Stalker for a few moments. There's going to be a cleanup here as Classic gets the defense. That first bit of aggression from Oliveira does not go very far. Next coming around the left-hand side. Again, a couple of Vikings on the way up. The Marine is coming through. The Siege Tank producing as well. Still got our Nexus and Robo Facility coming by as we speak. Add a gateway onto that. Add a couple more probes. Keep all of that going. The Liberator Siege is up in the corner, and the Stalker's unfortunately actually going to kind of run through it a bit awkwardly. Just going to go for the Sentry. The other Stalker should not die. Should be able to pull away, so not bad. Next going to lift up. A few of those SCVs will begin to drop. Next still gathering there. A little bit of Marine Tank, Viking, Cyclone to take some steps forward as well. The Vikings going to be there. The Phoenix get pushed back. Marine Tank continuing through. Continue to come around a little bit. We continue to move up now. You have now the few units continue to gather around. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix and the few Zealots are going to come about also. So, Montian, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Gonna go out to Snoopy Dodo, Chatting Peanut, Let02, Jolly Milkman, Rex Storm, Rex, hello, She, Harry 9000, Dreamweaver N, and Galdovsky, and ID 920. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Some love in the chat, please, for Montian and the support. Thank you so much for helping make these tournaments possible, mate. Appreciate your support over all these years. Thank you. As our blink starts up from Classic, I do have our 1-1 upgrades and Stim continuing through. That's actually going to start charging forward. The Mortal Sentry and the Stalker coming through as well. It's a good couple of force fields going to go down there as the Medivacs lift up and back away. One upgrades, Combat Shield coming through, still got the 1-1 and Blink coming up. And Disruptor coming through, the Zealots coming in. Marines is going to come through. So we've seen a few shots continue to come about, Bio going to be there. Scan comes about. It's going to be seeing a Nexus coming through. 1-1 upgrades coming about. Blink about to be done. So some Disruptors on the way up as well. Let's got CC flying over for a couple moments. Again, Drilling Claws coming through. The 2-2s coming about. Ghosts coming up. That's the Bio and the tanks coming around. Again, the Prism Speed on the way. It's going to see the Disruptor coming up as well. As Classic gets into the next step of this game. 10 minutes deep at the moment. Bio and the Vikings start to move down. SCV is dying. Classic with some really good harass. However, obviously in the bottom left, Oliveira's army is knocking bases down, and Classic trying to get elsewhere. The Zealots will continue into the natural, see how well they can do. The Bio hitting the Nexus for a few moments. Set back in the center. Units still moving about. 2-2 upgrades on the way. There's probes transferring to a base that's kind of dead already. I mean, I guess Classic's going to try and defend it, so he really is going to try and hold this position. That's a weird one to put so much thought into. I don't love it, as Oliveira gets like a lot of free shots off. I mean, I guess Classic keeps the base alive. There's a Disruptor moving around as well. Next is going to get shot down. The Zealots come in from a couple of different angles. Disruptor shots coming through as well. The Disruptors continuing to move up. Still coming through. Medivac and Viking coming about. Going to load up a bunch of units. It's going to start escaping over to the right-hand side to start out with. So it's going to move straight over there. Going to be seeing the teams taking shots. coming through, a couple of Zards in the corner getting hit. We are going to continue forward. Stalk's going to blink. Siege tanks taking damage. Another disruptor shot firing up. Another disruptor shot trying to go off on the disruptor as well. Zards will charge through. Pylon goes down. Stalk's going to get there, trying to hit the Medivacs. Medivacs just about get away. Archon's going to get rid of a CC as Classic hits this top side. Disruptors are going to get rid of a lot of SCVs. Do we have the power to hit this base down? It looks like we will. Planetary will likely fall. It does go down, however. Already getting caught here. A lot of the disruptor shots using them again now to try and zone out. Classic going to lose everything. At least the disruptors get away, but the other units will fall down. It's a good cleanup from Oliveira. Has a CC here that will finish soon. That can replace that position. Medivacs head down to the bottom right. We will just be seeing the Stalker, Disruptor, and Zella coming through with Disruptors able to keep units at bay. That might be enough for Class to keep Oliveira back right now. Yeah, Zelt's coming back over. Vikings in the sky. Just going to see the Archons firing. Zelt's still whacking away. Disruptor's coming back through. A couple of Archons still mixed in there as well. Disruptor shot's going to fly. Disruptors take a lot of chances there. They are going to lift up and back away as Oliveira. He is actually on the bottom side as well. Aiming for this Nexus. Classic. He's obviously had trouble keeping bases alive in this game. It's been a hectic one on Whispers of Gold. The Medivacs load up. We escape away. The Libs going through. The Marine Marauder coming up. Plus 2 ship weapons as well. Still going to continue up. Marauders will be going down. So Archon is going to be good there as well. Bio's going to get onto that Nexus. Finish that up. There's the Sensor Tower going down. We are going to get that to pick our way through that bunker as well. The Zelds will keep on moving in. Yeah, the Nexus on the front as well. That's going to get picked up. I mean, this is turning into a base trade. I honestly don't think Classic has that good of a base trade in Army because obviously Disruptors are kind of a weird one. They don't base trade very well. And Oliveira getting Liberators up as well is now going to start pushing into the natural and beyond. Again, a couple of Marauders coming up, the Liberator coming through. Just going to recall that army back. A little mine pressure forward as well. Disruptors coming through too. Fire steps away again. Another Disruptor shot flying upwards here. Going to see a couple of those Disruptors going down. Good EMP hits the Archon dead. We're going to continue straight through this as those Disruptors will continue to be chased. Will continue to fight. We are going to be seeing an EMP going down. A few of those Zealots still taking hits. And Oliveira is going to have enough. So Oliveira takes a game 2, and he will fight back against Classic. So Classic not going to have an easy day. Took a map in every series so far, Classic, but hasn't won one yet. So obviously kind of hoping that he figures this out, because he will be eliminated if he loses this series right now. Plain and as simple as that. These invites out. Let's get this going. Game 3 coming up. All right, all right. Everyone's here. Let's kick this off. Let's get this going. And continue through. Let's go into Amygdala for this game number 3 deciding map. After this, we will have Byun taking on Classic, and then Byun taking on Trap to round out the day, guys. This is Series 8 of 10. So getting there. It's been a good one. It's been a great group. If you've been enjoying, do not forget to support. You can hit the follow button, or you can like and subscribe on YouTube, or you can obviously support by subscribing on Twitch, Prime subscribing, check if your Prime is available. All of your support helps us to keep on running tournaments like this one. If you enjoy these games and want to see more and more and more of them, check that out. Hey, thank you. Oh, hello team for the Prime sub. Bottom left, Oliveira. Top right, Classic. Yeah. Ellie Ria 77, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate it, thank you. Look at Classic go. Proxy mode. 2 gateways coming up on the side of the map here, so he is going to go and put the pressure on right at the start of this game number 3. Classic wants to apply pressure and get some damage done. It's going to be seeing our command center coming up, the Reaper coming in. Zealots will be there. Obviously, the CC has to cancel. Bunker up on the high ground as now we try and just back and forth with the Zealots. Wait for some Stalkers to show up. This is busted right now, of course, because the Stalkers can be built 3 seconds faster, so that's nuts. And we see now a Zealot Stalker pushing up here. Well, the Bunker will finish at least. That's nice. So we can put some damage onto that first depot, though. Zealots are very tanky against what is a low, Marine count at this stage of the game. Hitting the barracks instead of SCVs. That should be SCV targeting. There should absolutely be some SCV kills. We've kind of messed that up a little bit from Classic. The control is not quite there. Axe is coming through. The warp gate's still coming up. Just going to see our Stalkers hitting the SCV for a few moments. Zealot taking a couple shots of damage also. Again, our gateway coming through. Island still building. Get this going. Just gonna see the Stalker's gonna get back on the depot, try and do a little bit extra here. Cycle locks on. Stalker takes a couple of shots. Just gonna be seeing the Stalkers back onto depot for a few moments. Stalker's gonna hit that Cyclone, some damage done, getting charge coming up, the next is coming in, a couple extra gateways coming about. We'll finish off that depot. Deb's still trying to move forward a little bit. Force field on the ramp. Tank gets siege, just gonna see the charge coming up, the extra gates are coming around, the probes and the robo facility coming up as well. Order Command will take the float down to the low ground here. Charges on the way up. Marines do have our... Again, Robo Facility coming through. Marines on the tank, gonna get to the low ground. Tank will siege. Adepts will shade. Stalker's gonna get grabbed. Marine's gonna fight up. Gonna go pushing a little bit. And Marines will be there to chase away. So let's just charge up. There's a lot of Marine tankers getting caught. I mean, Oliveira clearly feeling confident in this moment. That's not... too great. We're just going to jump through here. The siege tank goes down. We've seen the Zealots still charging, and SCV goes down, orbital up in the skies, and Liberator tank and Marines all coming through. Just going to be seeing the Zealots still activating up onto the Engineering Bay. Engineering Bay will drop, the Liberator comes back over. Bust straight on in. Zealots, Adepts, Stalkers gonna jump through. Tank is gonna fall. SCVs are gonna get grabbed. Both will continue into that main mineral line as the Zealots and the Adepts continue through. Stalkers will keep on firing. Liberator gets sieged up. The Stalkers will get across there. GG's, and Classic is gonna take it 2-1 in this best of 3. Classic breaking through, and he's gonna keep himself alive. For now. Alright guys, well that is going to be Classic, like I say, keeping himself alive in this group. He will go to 1 and 2. He's going to play Byun next, so we'll just see what happens, because if Classic loses to Byun, he's out no matter what. If he beats Byun, the result of Byun Trap will likely have an impact on who advances in 3rd place, is what I'm kind of feeling like is the case. So, we'll do Byun versus Classic. We'll not talk too much about results just yet. I'm going to get that hosted. I'm just going to nip BRB just for a couple of seconds here, guys. I will not be long, just a couple of moments. I'll just put the break screen up, and I'll see you guys in a moment while the ads play. Alrighty guys, thank you for your patience for a moment or two. We'll get back to this. Kick this off, get this rolling. Alright, let's get this underway. Byun vs. Classic is ready to start. Let's see if Classic can compete in this group still. He must beat Byun, so as much as Oliveira going 0-4 kind of sucks, he did take a map in 3 of his series, so he actually had an okay day. 0-4 is not fully representative of how he played. It kind of works out nicely for the order of things just naturally here, where Byun Classic will either eliminate Classic or give Classic a chance, and then Byun Trap will decide things no matter what. Because Byun Trap, even if Byun beats Classic, will still be important for the placement of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. There's a lot going on here as we get into the top right-hand side. Our blue Terran player is going to be Byun. In the bottom left, our red Protoss is Classic, as we get this up and running. So, into this one, and let's see what we have in store for us as Classic comes across the map with his probe for a couple of moments. Probably gonna nibble as he takes some damage, depot taking hits. Probe comes about, just gonna be seeing the Nexus and the Assimilator coming up. I see that probe heading back down to that bottom left-hand side. Just going to come back through for a couple of moments. Probe into the main. It's going to be seeing our Stalker coming about, the Warp Gate coming online. Destination moves about, Stalker coming about, Warp Gate, Twilight Council coming in. We've seen the Sentry is actually going to die to the Reapers. That doesn't happen every day as a grenade goes down, Stalker pops. We lose a Reaper, we kill a Sentry. Back over, the Hellion will get a few more shots off. Couple probes taking damage. Stalker gonna get there and play cleanup. Hallucination still up overhead. And we have our blink on the way, Warp Gate coming through. And a gateway and a few probes on the way out as well. So all of that coming by for the moment. We get that up and running. We've seen our Blink continuing to Chrono Boost here, the gateway in production as well. Stalkers get there, a couple shots go down. gonna shoot 5 probes go down. We've seen now a nice little bit of harassment then from Byun. Definitely put him in a good spot. 36 to 38 workers. I think he's got to be pretty happy with this so far. Couple gates coming in. Temple Archive is about to finish. The blink is going to be done on the Twilight Council in a few moments as well. Still got that storm coming through. The stim pack as well. Siege tank Marauder continuing to come by for the moment. And that storm coming up, charge coming by, the mortar turret gonna fire away. A few of those probes keep on dropping as well currently, so damage keeps on being done for the moment. As again, we get the storm and the charge continuing to come through right now. And still got the stim coming online about halfway done here. Stalk's gonna hit a few Marines, Marauder's taking damage as well. There is one Stalker already dropping down, dead. Just got that stim pack and combat shield and +1 building up. Yeah, the Widowmine gonna go and in towards a couple of Stalkers. We unburrow, reburrow. Medevac goes down also. Bio is still stepping up, and our Nexus is gonna be in some trouble. Hit, and the Zealot and the High Templar take some damage. Gonna fire, the Archon gonna be moving up, Zealots are gonna get there. Storm goes down again, the Bio continues to escape away. The storm drops in, the few Marines are going to take a few more shots, so just a little bit more damage being dealt there. The Bio's still coming through. The Templar's going to go get grabbed. And the rest of the Zealot Stalker is coming back over, and we do have the +1 attack, and Concussive Shells coming in. Marine Marauder is still producing. We got ourselves the Robo Facility and +1 attack on the way from Classic. Byun is lingering around on the map, a couple of medevacs loaded up, and they're going to try and look to see where it is that they might be able to go here in the next few moments. Few shots going out. We are going to see that Nexus hurting a little bit, continuing through. 1-1 upgrades on the way. The High Templar producing. Gates and probes continuing out as well. Eye on the mines is continuing across. So we do have the upgrades still building. The extra gates coming through. Continue to get this underway as our Bio going to stim into this third base. That Island will drop pretty much immediately here. The Zealots gonna eat up a few of those Widowmine shots. Another Widowmine shot or two gonna go out. Stalker's getting hit again. Bio unloads. A few of the probes getting picked away at. That's gonna be 3 workers going down. Make it 4. Nexus and Assimilator both taking shots right there. We scan out to the bottom side. Zealot's still taking hits. That will be cleaned up in the next few moments. The Bio gathering from Byun, as we do have the Ghost still in production. The +1 armor coming up, the SCVs and Marines on the way out. Get rid of that Widowmine, nice little catch. Still got the +1 armor, and the Archons are producing as well. Stalker, gonna get the medevac. Nice catch there. Good to get rid of that already. Good little grab. Malcolm gets picked off. Zealot goes down. Stalker picked. Storm going in. Zealot's just gonna get shot at as well. Wouldn't mind firing as we do see Byun unloading. in the corner. Zealot is just going to get grabbed, and we're just going to see another Zealot or two taking some damage as well. Another storm comes in, the Byun still dropping, the probes will fall. Again, the Arc from the Stalker's going to get there to play cleanup, and a few more Zealots just continue to charge on through. The Bioforce pulling back a little further as our Widow Mines continue to get into action. We just see the Zealots continue to chase into this corner, but Byun is trading so well. So many probes going down across the map. And Byun is looking good for game 1 here against Classic on ley lines. Game gets called, and Byun takes the 1-0 lead. And we'll see if that's something Classic can respond to, because Byun is just playing a pretty good game there. Gets into a good spot, keeps it going. And we line up into El Dorado for map number 2. So we'll get that going immediately as well. These games are rolling, my friends. Keep these games actually is a possibility. See how that plans out. Thank you so much, Airy Twitch, for the 13-month resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate you supporting the stream today. On the road back to 1,000 subs, guys. Quite a long road away, but you know, stepping back towards it. Amazing to see. Thank you so much for keeping on supporting and helping us to keep that 1,000 number at least within reach. It's pretty amazing that it's so consistently close, at least. Like I said, it's never something we take for granted, so thank you so much for helping us on that regard. As we go El Dorado for this next map, let's hop into it. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have the blue Terran player. This is Byun. Taking on in the bottom right, our red Protoss, we have Classic. Alright, first game, best of 3 series. Let's see how we go. Let's see how we do as we kick off into this one. Have ourselves El Dorado coming up right here. To kick this off. See what will happen. Going up by a single game. Okay, we're coming up. Probe in production. See that Rack's coming in as well. No crazy proxy or anything from Classic. Thinking back to that game against Oliveira. Just went kind of aggro there. We have our Nexus coming down. Cybercore coming up. What's Inno doing now? Not sure. He did return to StarCraft 2 for a short period of time. Just jumped away again. Didn't stick around for too long. Get that factory finished, and you have our Stalker coming through, the warp gate still building. Colleen and the Reaper continue to come about here for a few moments. Just native Phoenix pops up, Stargate and the Zealot and the Warp Gate all coming through. We're just going to have ourselves a couple of Reapers heading to that right-hand side. Couple of Reapers pop up, Stalker on the way out, Probe is going to go down, the Warp Gate's still building. There's another Probe going to get taken down right there. 3 workers killed so far as the Reapers will continue back onto a few more of those workers. A few more probes continue to drop. 5, 6 workers going down. Man, what a start from Byun. He's going to get 7 workers on the low ground. Reaper and the Hellion could still escape. Hellion's actually just going to go for another probe there. And the Reaper gets back in the main base looking for more as well. We're at 8, we're at 9. What a fantastic start for Byun. Gets the grenade. I mean, it's not going to make much difference. So we are going to still eventually run out of stuff. It's going to be fantastic. I mean, that's almost game-ending damage as Classic just falls apart early. Series Gatherer back on the other side. A couple Stalkers and the Sentry going to move across as we go. When he takes some shots, Marine's going to get down. I mean, I'm not sure what Classic was really hoping to do here, but it ain't going to happen. He gets eliminated by Byun, who takes the 2-0. That was a pretty clean sweep. That second game was obviously just not one to really dwell on, I think, because unfortunately for Classic, that's going to be the end for him. He gets knocked out here in the round of... the round of 20, but the group stages. He'll take $25 because he will finish in 4th place. That puts Byun 3-0. I mean, I think Byun actually, no matter what, is going to win this group. No, I guess Trap can actually get a better map score. Sorry, no, that's not true, because Byun's going to be like +5, but if Trap 2 zeros Byun, he would be +4 versus +3. Yeah, no, that's not true at all, actually. Byun's going to be in the best position possible, and I think if Byun just takes one map, he is guaranteed to be in 1st place. I think Byun just needs one map of a Trap to be 1st. Trap needs a 2-0 to be 1st. Obviously, if Trap wins, he can also be ahead of Solar, even if it's 2-1 versus an 0-2 versus losing. So, whatever the score, there's a different result here. So, yeah. I'll kick this off and we'll get this going in just a couple. Get this ready to rumble, guys. One last match coming up today. Byun versus Trap coming in. And we're going to start that on ley lines in just a few moments. Give it a minute or so for the ads to play out. Alright, like I said, we'll just give it 30-60 seconds for some ads, guys. We'll let those play out and we'll go from there. Alright, been a fun group. It's been a really fun group. Trap is first if Trap wins even 2-1. No. He's not first because he has to 2-0. But if he wins 2-1, he's still 2nd place instead of 3rd place, right? If he loses, so like winning outright for Trap is still a better seed. Although being a 2nd seed means you might play against Clem instead of playing against Ryung, depending on how the draw goes. So maybe that ain't all that great. Clem finished 3rd in his group the other day. That was a little bit of a disaster for him. Alright, we're going to kick off into this matchup. Let's get this going. Heading into ley lines. How many more games left today? Just this best of 3. This is our very last series. This is going to be it for Group B. We'll be back tomorrow, though, Group C, and then Group D on Thursday. Playoffs on Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be a fun week. As we jump in to the bottom left corner, it is going to be our blue Terran player. This is Byun. Gun in the bottom left. And he's taking on Trap in the top right. This match does have implications in the final standings here. As that refinery comes through, the SCV coming up. And get that underway. So, Engineering Bay block to start us off. Some solid Wardy Observer to begin with, as always. You have the few pros there going to nibble up at the Engineering Base. Engineering Bay taking some damage, that will be cancelled. And Trap will get the Nexus down on location without too much delay. Obviously, a little bit of mine time lost. You had to pull the probes to get rid of the Engineering Bay, but that'll be about it for the moment. Comes back out through the bottom. We'll have ourselves the Nexus building, of course, and waiting to see what the tech choice will be from Trap. Trap's played some good games today. I liked what he did against Oliveira earlier. Felt like he played a good setup against I felt like he played a pretty good setup against Solar as well. All coming up. Ankle gates coming through. Get our warp gate underway. Get this settled in. Who's going to be having the Widow Mine building up. And extra gates here from Trap. Definitely just looking to apply pressure. 3 gates of pressure. See if we can get something done here early. Try and get Byun on the back foot a little bit at first. I think they're just going to be chilling on the other side as we sit here and wait to see what will happen. Probe went down to the mine. And a couple of Adepts will come chasing this Reaper about. Robo going to be coming in on the follow-up. Those 3 Adepts could do okay, but the fact that we're going to have the Widow Mines at the front, you're going to have to do some funky business with Shades to set those off initially, and there's Marines in the medevac. I don't think Byun should be in too much trouble here. That's a dead Adept, and if he didn't pay attention, he's going to lose another. No, that's not how you... No, Trap, no. That was not good. He's just not paying attention or something as he walks in. Obviously, he saw the second mine target the first Adept as well. Just must have not been paying attention. 2 Adepts die. I mean, you're going 3 gate as well, right? Like, if you want to apply pressure, you kind of need units. Now you're on your Robo, you're getting an Observer, building a later Twilight Council. The 3 gate aspect of this is just completely being lost, so he's essentially delayed his tech for no good reason. He's not gotten anything out of the tech delay. That's, going to put Trap in a pretty rough position. I mean, he's just going to be back from where he really should be at this point in time. Still coming out while that council will settle. We're just going to be having ourselves the charge coming up, gates and temple archives coming through as well. We've seen the extra gates coming online. Just going to be seeing the stim and the +1 coming up. Medevacs on the way as well. Yeah, and the Nexus still coming through. Just going to see Stim Pack, +1 Combat Shield all coming in. Marine Marauder coming in as well. Storm coming up. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines coming down. We're seeing a few order turrets dropping down. 5 probes going down. A few units coming through, obviously good damage dealt. Byun actually says those medevacs up there, and he is going to get jumped on by some Zealot Archon, but that is not going to clean up. Trap is going to make it to Storm. Storm will finish, +1 attack coming through. And +1 attack coming through. Gonna be seeing the gateways dropping in. Just gonna see a bio coming across, medevacs coming over. Just gonna be having the ghosts and the medevacs and the widow mines coming about. The refinery is about to finish up on the side of Byun. Again, just going to see that blink starting up. Just going to be seeing the bio coming about. Medevacs overhead. Vikings are going to shoot, and that is going to be the Prism going down. That's rough. At least the Archon got out alive. We've seen the army continuing to bow. Just going to be seeing explosive shells coming through. Extra ghosts on the way. Byun getting into a very comfortable position. Gonna shoot. A couple of Zealots are going to go down. Let's do attack. Blink on the way. Immortal coming in. See that storm coming in. A couple of Zealots are going to get shot at. Going to see these couple of tanks firing away as well. See that Bio's still shooting. A few more hits going down. And +2 and Blink continuing to go. Storm drops in. Bio going to be taking some hits. EMPs go down. Nice anti-arm missile. The Storms will protect Trap here as he's definitely struggling along supply-wise. But yeah, good Storms will go a long way. That Prism is super low. And just continue to chase. Stalker's going to be hitting Marine Marauder, getting pushed back. Just going to be seeing the Prism going down. I do think Stalkers will continue to chase. A nice little pushback from Trap where it looked like he was in trouble. Now he is in trouble on the fourth base as well, as he's got a drop there that's dealing some damage. The Storm comes down, Bio getting hit, Stalker's coming through, Marine Marauder getting grabbed as well. It's going to continue back into the center. Still got the 2-2 on the way up, the Ghosts are building. Ghosts are going to be there, push those Stalkers back out. Our Nexus building, a couple of Colossus coming through, Prison Speed and +1 armor coming in. We will gather, just going to see our Stalker's going to get hit, the EMP. We continue to move up for a few more moments. Just going to be having our Zards getting jumped on, the couple more Zards going down, Archon taking shots, Vikings trying to chase the Prism away. Have 3-3 upgrades coming through, +1 ship weapons. I mean, Byun is definitely winning this. He's got 60 supply lead. Upgrades looking good. Starting 3-3. Trap trying to switch into Colossus, but that needs to be here like right now. Extended Thermal Lance only just started, and Byun is on your doorstep. There's a couple of Colossus. I mean, why is the Extended Thermal Lance so late? It's obviously very rough. The fact that that is so far away, it's going to make these fights so much more difficult to take from Trap, who's losing out on even more probes during all of this. This base likely going to fall. Trap trying to re-expand to the 12 o'clock as we speak, but it does feel as though Byun might have the game one in his hands, which would mean that it's then going to be impossible for Byun not to win this group. Oh, it's a nice Storm at least. I mean, obviously, there's still ways in which you can take fights that will benefit you massively here. Byun's going to stim again. His army is not getting fully healed. His medevacs are not on a super healthy amount of energy. Another nice Storm. The Colossus getting involved. Still no Thermal Lance. They're just a bit too close. Units can dive on them way too easily. Colossus on the backside ain't going to do much either. And that is going to take us to a 1-0 lead for Byun. He will win this group no matter the result now. Can he make it a 4-0 for style points? Find out in just a second here as we get El Dorado hosted up is going to be our next map. So we're going to get El Dorado hosted. We'll get that into game. Kick this off. Invite, invite, invite. All right, let's get this ready to rumble. Let's hop in, as we have got in the bottom left-hand corner, up 1-0. Our blue Terran player, it is Byun, here on El Dorado. Map he seems to like, gets picked a lot when he's playing. Trap in the bottom right. As our Protoss get this up and rolling. Cracks in the gases coming up and online there and get this settled. Game number 2. Wondering how Byun will make this look. See if he can get a 2-0. First place in this group would be impressive from Byun. I mean, this is not an easy group at all. 4-0 in this group would be kind of nutty. Before starts, obviously wait to see what the tech choice is going to be. Here on the side of Trap, given another minute or so, we'll see what the plan is. Obviously really excited to see the expansion patterns as always on El Dorado. That's always been very fun to watch. Another recall. Probe coming back over. A couple of those workers just going to jump on the assimilator there. Okay, the Nexus coming through. The Adept and the Probe coming up. The assimilator is building. Our Warp Gate coming through as well. All of that continues in for a few moments here. As that Reaper comes around the left-hand side. So Reaper just checking to see what's up. The Adept props out. And it should be tech time here in a second from Trap. Last game was such a rough start as well. Remember, the 3 gates that don't do anything into finally the Robo and Twilight. I mean, such delayed tech, and that definitely gave Byun just a good leg up in the game. Maybe Twilight Council open from the very get-go this time, so it could just go into a much more standard kind of Blink build. Something along those lines would definitely be pretty well placed, I would say. As Adept Chrono boosts out, the Stalker now on the way. And Twilight Council, Probe, Stalker, Warp Gate all continuing up as well, so all of that continues to come on through. Steps are going to go shading around, Warp Gate still building, the Blink coming up. Then Bit Online is going to finish very shortly, the Starport also coming in, the Hellion is going to dive in over there. The Reapers have got the Probes pulling from the main base, so lost mining time already adding up a little bit. The Reapers are going to get caught, but can they go for at least another probe kill? Yeah, we get 3. That's really not bad. Plus the Hellion on the low ground now cleaned up. It isn't like the damage we did against Classic on this map that's going to end the game, but it's still a good start. And obviously some probes pulling as well, so lost mining time adds up. The Reaper trying to play getaway, but there's a Stalker on the low ground that will guarantee the kill. Now the Adepts can shade onto the map and see what they can do in the next few moments of this one. So they're going to start going straight across to the other side. And that Blink coming in, the gateway and the Robo facility coming online as well. Stalker's going to shoot. Widowmine going to get burrowed. We are going to be seeing the Probe taking some damage. Just going to be seeing the Blink and the Robo facility continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the damage keeps being done. Just little bits of damage going to add up in this game. Again, another Probe pull. A few workers going down. Unfortunately, it's going to be the end of the medevac, but at least we get one more Stalker out of this. And there is the Raven coming through. Siege Tank and Marine still producing. Bunker is about to finish. We still got the Obs and the Probe all building in as we just take a few moments to get settled. Marines gonna pull it back toward the bunker. Get the Marines to hit that Adept. It's going to take quite a few shots, so Adept is going to get blasted. It's going to provide some vision as Trap would love to get some damage done himself. I just don't think there's any opportunity there to really do all that much of anything right now. I think this one is going to be fairly shut down. The Raven comes back around top side, drops an auto turret in. The Stalkers will start to whack away at it. The Raven will continue to be chased. 2 probes fell already. Still got the stim pack and stun pack and +1 on the way from Byun, by the way, so that's all coming up. The Marine Marauder coming through as well. Pro pulls back over, drops the battery into place in the main. Obviously got to have something to help you out against that Raven, as the tank is going to get some shots on these Stalkers. They can play the getaway game, but yeah, nice from Byun, just baiting them forwards there, getting some extra damage dealt. His upgrades are all coming through, the trio of Terran. Upgrades on the way out. That third is so late for Protoss. He's been kind of held back defensively for the most part as well. Kind of shows that this has maybe not been the best of games for Trap here already. Maybe a little bit of a rough start here in these early stages. Again, bio and tanks coming about. Gonna get there. A couple Stalkers gonna start going down. Nice to get rid of a Stalker. I mean, every kill you get is gonna make it more difficult for the pros to stabilize here. First Colossus is out. Second is on the way. Thermal Lance and Charge will be done. My concern is we only have 3 Zealots currently, and we're still only on 3 gateways. Those additional gates are so late. Because the third Nexus was so late, the additional gates are so late. I don't think we're gonna have enough to protect the Colossus. 5 Zealots? That ain't doing it for me. I mean, let's see what happens. The tanks get siege. We're going to actually be able to stim into the natural. One of the Colossus is here already. That's not going to be fun. We will start to target fire this. It will go down. I mean, now you've got to run through tank fire to get up into the natural. We are going to see the Widow Mines clearing out those couple Stalkers. The other Colossus just can't get involved at all. The Zealots are going to get a good force field to help them out. 2 Marauders are chasing down that Colossus as well. It will go down. Absolute disaster here for Trap, as Byun is looking to go 4-0 in this group. This army is going to keep on trading, and yeah, we're not even going to see the very end of this. GG's called, and Byun takes it 2-0. Makes him 4-0 on the day. GG's well played, and Byun is going to be the winner of Group B. Gets that seed straight through into the round of 8. Trap and Solar will advance alongside Byun, which means that it will be Solar in second place and Trap in third. That means that Solar and Trap will both enter the round of 12. So that's very exciting too. Alrighty guys, that's going to be it for us today. Group C resumes this tournament tomorrow. Let me show you that on the screen just quickly. Show you guys what's coming up in Group C and D the next couple of days. So this is what's happened so far in Groups A and B. Hero and Byun taking the top spots, 4-0 in each of those. Ryung and Solar taking second places, and Clem and Trap taking third places out of Groups A and B. Group C and D. Group C tomorrow. Shin, Rex, Maxpax, DNS, and Gumiho. And then Group D the day after. Spirit, Q, Showtime, Hearthstone, and Lambo. I think both these groups are a lot of fun with some really cool matches mixed in there. So I think that's going to be a very fun time. So that's going to be coming up. You missed this group. Where can you watch them? Do you have VODs? Yes, we have VODs on Twitch or YouTube. We live streamed on YouTube today, so you can watch the YouTube VODs. Or you can watch the Twitch VODs. You can take your pick. But yeah, the live stream will be up on YouTube as a VOD, so you can watch the whole thing live from there if you would like. But like I say, it's available on Twitch as well if you prefer just to be on Twitch. Thank you so much for watching, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Again, if you're watching on the wonderful world of YouTube, leave a final parting like. Consider subscribing to the channel. If you're here on Twitch, do consider hitting the follow button. And if you really do enjoy the content, do consider supporting with subscriptions, donations, and all the rest, because it goes a long way. It was a very generous day from you guys. We're almost at 850 subs, which is amazing. We had some really generous donations from Ian and others today as well. So thank you so much if you helped out with all of that. We will be back tomorrow, as I say, with Group C. And I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. Appreciate you all. You guys have a good one. And I'll see you guys next time for more StarCraft 2 tomorrow. Set of ads on the outro. And as always, after the ads, we'll host someone up and spread that StarCraft 2 love. I'll see you guys there. Bye.